Awesome. Good morning, everyone. As always, hopefully you're having a good day today. Hopefully you're having a good Wednesday. Oh, I guess Thursday now. Holy cow. Is it Thursday already? It is. Yeah, there you go. But yes, welcome in. So today, we're going to do a couple things, but first we're going to be going over the Path of Exile notes for 0.3. I did end up watching the preview for it. And it looked really cool. Now, there's some things were a bit weird, which is something I'll touch on later. But overall, looks like some really good changes. So, Path of Exile 2, 0.3.0, Third Edict. So, we're getting Act 4, which is 16 new areas, 12 bosses. It's kind of like, it looks like an island, almost choose your own adventure. They said that each one wasn't linear, so you'll be able to go between them. Cruel difficulty's been removed, and they have 3 interlude acts. So you still go back to the same places from what I saw, but the storyline is different for those acts. Notables, skill gems, passive support gems, classes all have been rebalanced. The new lineage support gems are now in, which are, to my understanding, unique versions of support gems, as well as you can use multiple copies of the same support gem, but not in the same ability. That's good to note. They didn't say that, but people were confirming it. So if you have a skill like grenade launch and you put multiple projectiles in it, you can't put a second support gem in it. However, if you have a different grenade skill, you can put it in that one as well. So, good to note. They have the asynchronous trade, which is awesome. They even showed, they didn't know if it was going to be ready, but there is a full trade window and marketplace now in. Sprinting's new. More of a traversal skill than escape, which we'll get into in a bit too. More endgame maps, more endgame encounters. Changes to crafting, including currency items, which is really cool. So, let's go into it. So, for Act 4, the Third Edict content adds Act 4, the next chapter in the Path of Exile 2 storyline, continuing on from Act 3. So, at the end of Act 3, we fought Doriani. And, well, won, obviously. And now he's kind of joining you to help find a way of, well, I believe it's to find the weapon in order to deal with the corruption creature, but yeah. He's agreed to help you find an ancient weapon, well, there you go, that can be used against corruption. The instrument of the Third Edict. Journey to King's March, hire a ship and set sail. Which is cool, because King's March is the city we helped build in Path of Exile 1, which is awesome. Discover the, oh my goodness, Namakuni? It's close on text-to-speech, so I'm going to go with that. Archipelago, home to the Karui tribes. From the pristine beaches of Wakapanu Island to the volcanic shores of Isle of Kiln, there are 8 islands to explore, each with their own dangers, and of course, bosses. Act 4 is completely non-linear, and you can visit the islands in any order you choose. But I'm assuming you still have to complete the storyline at each of them in order to, like, progress. So, the interludes. So the Third Edict also marks the removal of cruel difficulty, which is when you repeated the first 3 acts previously, because there wasn't enough content in to get you up to endgame level, so they added that in. So we've introduced 3 temporary interludes, a set of side stories that will take you to level 65, where the endgame begins. There you go. This is also the first League update, which is they are returning Abyssal, or the Abyss, from Path of Exile 1. And this league is referred to as Rise of the Abyssal. Start fresh in a new economy with the Rise of Abyssal League, which we are doing. We're not continuing with our old characters, we're using a new one. All of your old characters from the early access launch are still present, but a free passive tree refund has been granted due to the changes. We would highly encourage you to join the new leagues to fully take in the changes we've made in this 0.3.0 update. I'm assuming they mean we encourage you to make a new character to do it. Created by forbidden necromantic magic during the age of the precursors, the Abyssal have been biding their time underground. Now, obeying the will of their general, they are emerging from the depths through fissures spreading across all of Rayclast. Fight this ancient evil, seal the fissures, and resist the rise of the Abyssals in Path of Exile 2's first full league. In your travels throughout Rayclast, you will encounter fissures on the ground, sapping the life force from the monsters above. Slaying these monsters will trigger the Abyss to emerge, enhanced with extra necromantic abilities from those whose powers they were draining. You will need to defeat them to close the Abyss. So, it was also explained when they mean this, if there's monsters that have special abilities and stuff like that, and you defeat them before the Abyssal creatures spawn, they have the ability to take those abilities for their own, or get like a corrupted version of it. I think they used Mana Drain, the Donut of Pain, as an example. Abysses increase in size, power, and variety as you go through the game. Closing them will reveal Abyss troves with valuable items, and sometimes allow you to travel underground to engage with the Abyssal directly. As you close the Abyss, you may find ancient bones that can be used to imbue your items with Abyssal magic, adding hidden Abyssal modifiers, which is, if you know Path of Exile 1, is the Veiled mechanic from that game. It functions exactly the same, as far as I'm aware. Although the modifiers on them might still be different, obviously. Using the Well of Souls, which you discover in Act 2, you can reveal the Desecrated modifier and choose to transform it by selecting one of 3 different options that pops up. During the campaign, this allows you to more easily craft additional regular mods onto your items, but during the endgame, new and powerful mods that were not previously possible to craft will be unlocked. Like, there was a really powerful one that I saw they showed off, which was Staffs can roll Spirit, which is awesome. And I think there was extra projectiles as well, which again, it's really big. So, very good. The Well of Souls can also affect your Waystones, which is your maps in endgame, granting new modifiers that will push the difficulty and rewards to new heights. Delve into the abyssal depths swarming with legions of the undead and guarding powerful rewards. Discover an ominous ancient spire and challenge the abyssal commanders in their attempt to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. So one thing I want to quickly add there, because we were thinking about doing what's the word? Crossbows. Now, I was tempted to play Legionnaire, but one thing I was thinking of is I think the... what is it? What's the other one called? Witch Hunter, I think, has an ability where you do more damage and have a chance to, like, do the explosion on death versus undead and demons. And they are directly saying here, swarming with legions of undead. So that might be really cool if we're playing really into the League mechanic, which, you know, is kind of the point. So, depending on the changes that they do to Gemling Legionnaire, because they did say it's changed at least a little bit, maybe that's an option too. We'll see. There are standard, hardcore, and solo Southbound variations of the Rise of the Abyssals League available. They have the same core mechanics and items, and you can create private league versions of these leagues. So we're probably going to play standard. I don't want to do solo Southbound this time, mostly because of all of the trade stuff that got implemented. So this is going to be like the league to do trade in. So we're going to do that. We probably won't do a lot of market manipulation or anything like that, or like playing the market, like upselling things, that kind of thing. That's not really my forte. But if we need something specific for the build, especially going into it blind, I think it'll be good. The other thing is, because we're adding all these new crafting mechanics into the game, right? Finding something specific that your character needs will be harder, I assume. So, like the perfect thing. So, having more tradability is good. We're gonna probably still use most of our own items that we find. Like, we're gonna do solo Southbound light almost. But any trading that we end up doing, I'll be doing on stream, and I'm gonna be trying to only play the character on stream, so we'll be able to follow the progress as we play. But yeah, so it's like solo Southbound light, I guess. All right, major character balance overhaul. In 0.3.0, we are making very significant changes to character balance across the entire game. Our goal is to increase build diversity by making many more skills and character archetypes available and viable into the endgame. So we're starting with the support gems system overhaul here. Just gonna go as much as I can here. So, support gems are an area that has got some of the most major changes to the core design. They are what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play, but PoE's support gen system just never was quite right. One of the major issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character, which was the Gemling Legionnaire's ability, where he could add multiple. That was like one of his... That was like the reason to use him mostly. We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports on every single skill, but we also wanted to encourage people to combo the abilities. So they're trying to really push away from one button builds, and they're trying to do a lot more combo focused playstyle, which is interesting. Like, I don't dislike that. I like the simplicity and ease of one button builds, but I get that it's not the most interesting at times. Like, one of my favorite builds to try and do, which we might try and do in this version as well, just on a separate character, is a Thorns build. I really like reflect damage tanking, so we'll see if we can mess around with that a little bit. But but in Path of Exile 1, probably one of my more favorite builds is Righteous Fire. So we still don't have Righteous Fire in this game. Pox is sad. But yeah. So they've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem for character. You can use as many copies as you like. Many supports now have multiple tiers as you progress through the game, providing different stat values, additional stats, or perhaps working a bit different to their low tier counterparts. So there were... So the thing I'm interested to see on this is, did they create more tiers by making the other ones weaker? Or are they making just stronger versions of the previous ones? Which is a big difference. So, we'll see. Due to these changes, many existing support gems, which will now be tier 1 for cases where multiple tiers now exist, have received small numerical balance changes, and the effects of some support gems have been combined into a single gem. We've added 11 new support gems with 0.3.0, and I'm assuming this does not... Yeah, we've also introduced 40 lineage supports, much more powerful supports that are only available in endgame. A number of support gems with simple effects have been renamed with names that are more obviously hinting at their functionality. So, Blood in the Eyes, Discombobulate, Unsteady Tempo, Unbaiting, Unbending, Untouchable, and Unyielding can no longer be engraved in the gem cutting menu, and existing gems will be deleted upon logging in. Oh, okay. That sucks that they just don't give us like a skill gem back for it, but fair. Updated the wording for support gems, which added a cooldown to supported skills. This has not resulted in a change in functionality, with the exception of Expanse support, which incorrectly had a 6-second cooldown when it stated 8 seconds. It now correctly has an 8-second cooldown. So, nerfed, but not because nerf because it was supposed to be one thing and it was bugged. Fair enough. Updated the description of the last gasp support to mention that supported minions die before the support duration expires if they take damage exceeding their max life while fatally wounded. This functionality was already present, but was previously not mentioned. Clarification's awesome. Good. Support gems, which support skills you use yourself, can no longer support persistent skills. They can still support gems that have a persistent component as well as a manually activated component, such as Plague Bearer. Okay, that's fair. So the aura skills and stuff like that won't work, but Plague Bearer, their example, it's a buff, like an aura kind of, but you can activate it, which does like the AoE damage that releases the stored up poison. So that's fair. In addition, we fixed a bug where numerous supports, which support skills you use yourself, could support skills used by totems or triggered skills. These no longer do so unless they specify otherwise. Oh, okay. Okay, so that changes it a little bit. Okay. Clarified the wording of muster support to refer specifically to the number of different reviving minions you have. This is not a functional change. Okay, so again, clarification. Having a skill with socketed support gems you do not meet the attribute requirements for now disables just the supports instead of disabling the entire skill. That's awesome. I like that. The amount of times I couldn't use a skill because I was trying to like switch items out or something and then it froze up. Yeah. The Lightning Cold Fire Chaos Infusion support gems have been renamed to Lightning Cold Fire Chaos Attunement. Okay. So now we're going over new content and features. Added a new strength skill gem, Fortifying Cry. Perform a war cry that grants guard and causes subsequent shield attacks to release an empowered shockwave when dealing damage. So, shield attacks would be anything with the shield, I'm assuming. So, like, shield charge would do that. I wonder if the wall explosion from the shield wall would do it. I'll have to see. The skill's cooldown can be bypassed by expending an endurance charge. Yeah, so they've really added a lot of endurance charge stuff. We saw in the launch trailer they also did that with the totems, which is the content I was talking about earlier that was a bit suspicious because I don't know how they generated that many charges. And if you watch it back, actually, hold on a sec. Let me see if I can find that. Hold on a sec. I'm just gonna jump back here for a sec because I don't want to share all of my screen stuff here. Oops. Path of Exile. This one. Okay, I'm gonna mute for a sec here. Okay. There we go. Okay. So, I'm going to jump through this a little bit because I'm assuming people have seen this by now. I am looking for the totem part. Where they were using totems. I think it was after the fire. Yeah, here. So I'm going to leave it muted for a sec here. Yeah, so the warrior totem... Oh my goodness, why is it so bad quality here? There we go. So yeah, consumes 3 endurance charges to raise a totem that uses socketed mace skills. The totem has no limit, cannot use channeling skills or skills cooldowns. So, like, it's cool that it has no limit now, but 3 okay, so here. You can see the endurance charges, right? He summons the totem, so they disappear. Summons more. He has 1, but then instantly gets all of them back. I have no idea how this happens. So, my concern is that they did this as part of the video. And sometimes game development, when we make these types of things, they kind of have dev cheats where they re-enable or just refill the stacks so they can show it off again. I have no idea in the game so far, anyway, how to get all those endurance charges back that fast. Now, they did say they added new supports and stuff for generating them, but that's one thing I want to caution people on, is, like, I don't know, like, that's 6, 7, 8, 9 charges again, instantly. So, again, I don't know how that works. So, hitting an enemy with a supported skill when perfectly timed, he wasn't doing that. And heavily stunning non-unique enemy with supported skills were 3 with a unique boss enemy. So maybe, like, maybe that skill is on whatever the slam is that he's using here to hit them. 1, 2, 3. That's only 3 because those are non-uniques. So just be cautious about that, because I'm not sure. But yeah, if they are able to generate endurance charges that quickly in this league, that's going to be really cool. But, you know, it was a little... added a new strength skill gem, Forge Hammer. So you throw a hammer that slams into the ground and lodges there. While the hammer is lodged in the ground, reusing the skill recalls the hammer to you and resets the cooldown. So if you miss, right? Alternatively, which is what you want to do from what I see, when you use a war cry near the lodged hammer, it causes it to shatter, releasing a number of molten fissures in a spiral. And with the next skill gem they're going to talk about, it makes it really good. I'm actually really interested to see how molten fissures work this league, because they made them branch now. So it's not just 1 line. I think it's 3 total. But from my understanding, it still counts as 1 fissure. Like, the branches don't make it count as 3. So you'll be able to cover a lot more ground with it, in addition to Forge Hammer. Because from what I've seen, I don't think Forge Hammer counts as a fissure itself. It might. But they did a lot of them, and the molten fissure in the video. So I'm unsure about that, but we'll see, because I think there's a limit of like 8. Is it 8? Might be 5. I can't remember, but there's a limit on how many you can have on a time from the molten fissure normal one. So Ancestral Cry performs a war cry using glory gained by igniting enemies to turn you into the embodiment of Kaum. While embodying him, your footsteps trigger volcanic steps, melee strikes and slams are ancestrally boosted, and your melee attacks trigger volcanic eruptions. So yeah, there's a lot of fire going to be on our screen if people are running this build. I hope people's computers can run it, because oh my goodness, the bit rate during the live stream when they show this off absolutely tanked. Added a new dexterity skill gem, Toxic Domain, which we did see as well in the video. Creates an area of toxic bloom on the ground around you. While in the bloom, you have increased skill costs, regenerate life, and your projectile attacks attach a toxic pustule, which can be poisoned. Pustules will detonate after a duration or when enough poison has been applied, dealing damage and applying poison in an area around it. So it's like a poison stack to make a larger poison proc. Fair. Added new dexterity skill gems, ice-tipped arrows. So you ready your active bow or spear. Oh, you can use it on spears too. Okay. It empowers your next barrageable bow or projectile spear attack to create ice fragments on hit. The skill's cooldown can be bypassed by expending a frenzy charge. Now, the other thing too is we also have the notable on the passive tree. Hold on a sec. Where is Path of Building? Let me see here. I believe it's up here somewhere. Not conduit. Charge. I think it's up here somewhere. Resonance. Here we go. So when you gain power charges, or sorry, gain power charges instead of frenzy, gain frenzy instead of endurance, or gain endurance instead of power. So if you build around this, you can get a lot of charges pretty quickly by stacking different sources, which is maybe what they were doing. I don't know. So for example, if you want the extra frenzy charges and you can generate endurance more easily, that's a way of doing it too. So just a thing to note. So frenzy charges, I guess you also, I don't remember if parry gives you charges, and parry's been really buffed this patch, so that might be a good way. Add a new intelligence skill gem, Frost Darts. Conjures a number of icy projectiles that launch towards the target. Projectiles that hit a chilled or frozen target create chunks of ice that deal additional damage on impacting the ground, and it consumes a cold infusion if possible to create each projectile to lodge into the enemy, then explode. Okay. So you're basically a needler from Halo. Added a new strength persistent buff, Iron Ward. While active, it stores a percentage of the physical damage that is prevented by your armor or other sources of damage reduction. Using it releases the stored damage as a nova of spikes. Ooh. That might be a really cool, like, physical damage nuke. That would be cool. Okay. I want to look at that later. Now, this is the one that interests me. Doing the mercenary. Added a new strength dexterity persistent buff. Oh, it's a persistent buff. Huh, okay. Oh. So you can't have multiple then, I guess. Huh. Because a persistent buff, you just toggle it on or off, right? Like there's no place it for cooldown. Huh, okay. Raises a cannon totem, which uses socketed grenaded... I'm assuming that's meant to say grenade skills, with significant improved cooldown recovery rate. So that's going to be interesting, because I was hoping to do like a totem build with mortar cannon. But if it's a persistent buff, I don't think we can. We'll have to see. A new dexterity persistent gem, Mirage Archer. While active, dodge rolling will create a mirage that uses socketed range attacks for a short duration, then vanishes. You cannot create another mirage while one exists, or for a short duration after one vanishes. Dodge rolling, when you are unable to create a new mirage, will just restart the timer. Okay. Added a new intelligence persistent buff gem, Ravenous Swarm. While active and enemies are nearby, swarms of insects emerge from your body to pursue enemies. They are untargetable minions that will periodically attack and poison enemies within the swarm. Oh, so it's kind of like a... I was going to say it's kind of like poison raging spirits, but persistent. It's interesting. I want to see... It's a little hard to tell without the statistics on them. But is it more just to have enemies poisoned, or will the poison actually be able to be strong? They do count as minions, though, so they do count for minion buffs. So there's that, too. New intelligence persistent buff gem, Siphon Elements. While active, there is a chance to create an infusion remnant whenever you freeze, shock, or ignite a target. Oh, so you do need that. The way they were kind of showing it off in the video, it looks like they generated them automatically, but I guess you need this one active in order to do that. Grim Feast has been completely reworked and re-enabled. Instead of granting Energy Shield, it now allows you to collect remnants from your dead, reviving minions, so like the skeletons and archers and stuff like that. Then activate the skill to instantly revive minions based on their maximum life. Oh. So, previously, you used to collect remnants from enemies you killed, and it gave you Energy Shield. And I think it either started your regeneration, or it was being used as like a shield gating thing, I think, for a time. But that's cool. Instantly reviving minions based on their max life is super handy, because that also works with like tankier units that you might have, like specters, which is awesome. Especially, yeah, it's full health based on it's based on their max life, so I don't know what the percentage is. If it's a low percentage, I mean, instantly reviving is still nice, but yeah. Added a new keystone passive skill in the north west of the monk, Hollow Palm Technique. It allows you to use quarterstaff attacks while unarmed and grants those attacks additional benefits while using unarmed, which is, again, cool. I like that they added the monk stuff back in. New keystone passive skill to the northeast of the witch or sorcerer starting location, Ritual Cadence. This keystone changes your invocations to trigger skills every 2 seconds instead of all at once, but they consume less energy. Oh, so it forces a cooldown. So it forces a cooldown between triggered skills, like all of them that you may have on, but they consume less energy. I wonder if it's less energy per triggered ability. Because otherwise it's not as great, I guess. Like, if you only had one trigger, it triggers every 2 seconds instead of all at once. But that won't matter. Not sure on that one. New keystone passive skill to the northwest of this witch and sorcerer, Black Flame Covenant. This keystone provides fire spells to convert fire damage to chaos, with this damage contributing to ignite chance and magnitude, and ignites inflicted with these spells deal chaos damage. They also showed this off too. It also, just as a cool little side note, your fire spells turn purple, which is pretty cool. We added a new keystone passive skill to the east of the monk starting location, Walker of the Wilds. Causes mana leech to recover based on elemental damage instead of physical, which is obviously very nice for the monk, who mostly does elemental damage. We also added the following new currency orbs that start dropping from late campaign and maps, which is Greater Orb of Transmutation, perfect orb of transmutation, greater orb of augmentation, perfect of augmentation, and then greater and perfect of chaos orbs, regal orbs, exalted orbs. There you go. The greater and perfect orbs have their own minimum modifier levels on the modifier they add to an item. So normally when you add, like say you augment an item, it puts a prefix or suffix on it. It can be anything between the tiers, right? Sorry, one second. My alarm just rang. But with this, it will cut off the low end of those. So for example, say, you know, T1 is the lowest, T11 is the highest kind of thing. Maybe it cuts off at T5, so T5 is the lowest you can have. Right? That kind of thing. Added a new type of currency in Ikora's lock, which can be used to foresee the result of the next currency item used on it. Modifying the item in any way removes the ability to foresee. So it gives you kind of like a preview of what's gonna happen to it. So for example, if you have an item but you are wanting to get rid of a certain modifier and you use a currency item that removes a random modifier, you can use the lock on it to see if it'll work. If you don't like what the outcome will be, you could use a different currency item on it, right? Like, you know, like reroll ranges or something like that too. And then try it again. Because it modifies the item so the next first C will be different. So that's another cool way of doing it. But obviously you'll have to use another lock to get the second preview. So definitely for something when you're really crafting in something more endgame, definitely not doing that early. Added over 10 new unique items. I hope they added another crossbow. That would be lovely. 50 new base item types. 20 new endgame maps. 15 new omens. Continually to incrementally improve the sound, art, effects, and environments. This is always listed here, and I appreciate it. All right. We are into endgame changes. Currently, access to the most pinnacle content requires the same key as the easiest and most difficult version of the content. This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're just better off selling it to someone who can run it at max difficulty. Because you get better rewards, obviously. So, to address this, each content, excluding the Arbiter of Ash, will now drop splinters, which will not turn into singular items. So it's like fragments, kind of. Instead of using a singular obtained item in the Realm Gate, you can now just bring the splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the Realm Gate, the interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, each with a different entry cost. As a result of this change, the corresponding Atlas passive trees no longer affects the difficulty of the content, and has been changed to purely affect the content in the maps of the Atlas, which is fair. So it'll be cheaper to run easier content, more expensive to run like higher difficulty. But if you can only do the medium or lowest difficulty, you don't lose out as much because the cost being less, you could run it more often. So there's that too. Existing simulacrums, breachstones, and audience for the kings can be right-clicked to grant 100 of the relevant splinter. They can no longer be used in the Realm Gate. The Arbiter of Ash boss fights is now a static difficulty encounter with infinite portals. Previously only infinite portals at difficulty 0. The rewards of this fight now match the previous difficulty 4 rewards. Okay. Interesting. Arbiter of Ash Atlas passive skill tree has been removed. Oh. And some of the bonuses have become inherent to the Arbiter of Ash's drops. Okay. So they just deleted it pretty much and just made most of the stuff, or at least part of it, base rewards. Okay. Added an Uber version of the Arbiter of Ash boss fight, which requires the new Calamity fragments to access. These are obtained from Citadel bosses, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in the Boss Atlas passive tree, ensuring those citadels are at their highest difficulty. Okay. Acquiring map boss atlas passive points has been adjusted. These are now obtained by slaying a map boss in area 79 plus that has at least 6 modifiers. Second one at 80 with at least 6 modifiers. Slaying an anomaly map boss at 79 plus that has 6 modifiers. And slaying a citadel map boss in an area 79 plus with at least 6 modifiers. Okay. Completing the Pinnacle of Flame quest. Oh, these are also them. Oh, just that one. Completing the Pinnacle of Flame quest. Okay. Alroth, Origin of the Fall, no longer spawns in logbooks. Mysterious anomalies can now appear in the Atlas, which we did see in the preview, like the Sandstorm and Typhoon, I think, or something like that. Modifiers on Waystones have been reworked. Now every modifier comes with a downside, i.e. monsters deal 20% of damage as cold damage, and a specific upside, such as plus 10% to monster pack size, and some amount of additional Waystone drop chance. Downside modifiers have been made slightly weaker to account for the ability to have more present than before. Unidentified corrupted Waystones can also now be used to access the corrupted Nexus. Waystones can no longer have greater than 8 modifiers when corrupted, which is okay. Fair enough. I guess that makes sense with the rework. Items found in very high level areas can have random quality can now have up to 30%. Quality currency still cannot apply more than 20% quality to an item, which is something we'll get to, I think, probably below. They added new items that can drop as exceptional, which are really good crafting bases because they start at 30% quality. So it's a really cool way of like implying, hey, you should craft this, use that currency, which, a lot of people didn't before. Items that can have a maximum of 2 sockets now have a very low chance of generating with 3 in so they're adding sockets in addition to them too. Items that have a maximum of 1 socket now have a very low chance of generating with 2. So there's additional reason to actually pick up and look for items in your high tier maps now, which I kind of like, because I like pushing for the more difficult content. I didn't like just blasting through pretty much the lower tier content. Sorry. One sec. Oh. Oh. Sorry, apparently in my recent OBS update, I guess my mic button got disconnected from the actual mic. I'll have to change that, fix that later. Sorry about that. Okay, let's see. The Abyss map has been renamed to Marrow. Okay. But yeah, so sorry. So I didn't prefer blasting through low maps to find stuff as much. So I like that they're kind of pushing people in their own way to actually like get into the end game by giving them a reason that it only exists in that area. So good. I like that. Some people might not like that as much, but I feel you. The Atlas passive tree changes. The Detailed Records Expedition notable passive skill now provides +1 to level of expedition logbooks found in your maps. Fair. And the logbooks found in your maps always have 4 implicit modifiers, previously 3. It no longer provides 30% increased quantity of logbooks dropped by runic monsters in your map. So you get an extra level for sure. and they always have 4 modifiers, but there's no bonus to the quantity of drops you get. So you find less of them. Okay. The He Approaches Ritual Notables passive skill now provides revived monsters from ritual altars in your maps have 40% increased chance to magic rare. Oh, become magic or rare, I'm assuming. Previously 20%. It no longer causes ritual favors in your map to have a 30% increased chance to include an audience with the king. Okay, so you're getting more magic and rare monsters, but you don't have the increased chance to get the king fight. Okay. Essences have been slightly reworked. They now have 4 tiers: lesser, normal, greater, and perfect. Instead of adding a modifier of a certain tag, they now add a specific modifier, depending on the tier of essence and type of item that it's being applied to. So for example, if you use, I don't know, a Rage Essence Lesser, it might add like 4 to 12 and... or like, I don't know, 4 to 5, 12 to 15 fire damage to your weapon, right? It's a specific thing now, which is nice. Lesser, normal, and greater essences can upgrade to a magic item to rare, granting a guaranteed modifier. Perfect essences and essences obtained through corruption remove a random modifier and augments a rare one with a new guaranteed modifier. So you could use the Hinakora's Lock in order to see which one will be removed. So that's another good way of doing it. Added 7 new types of essences. Essences of Torment have been renamed to Absences of Abrasion. Okay. And Essences of Hysteria now augment different guaranteed modifiers based on the type of item it is applied to. Fair. General improvements. Unique strongboxes now have their own unique minimap icons. Good. Added a minimap icon to the Rain Festival Beetle monster from the unique strongbox. I don't remember that one. But fair enough. Delwyn no longer appears alongside Asmirian wisps during the campaign after the first time you encounter him. Oh, okay. Asmiri wisps now start appearing from hunting grounds and beyond instead of in Grellwood. Because I'm assuming Abyss is going to be there now. Maybe. Skill and persistent buff gems now sell to vendors for gold based off their level and quality. Oh. Okay. The hooded one can no longer be placed in your hideout. You are still... I don't know if I like that. The reason I don't like that is in the recent supporter pack that they just announced, they added someone into the supporter pack that you have to pay for that can be placed in your hideout to identify items. So you are actually getting an identifier before Doriani if you pay for it. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. You're still able to identify items from him in towns, which is fine. Doriani will continue to serve as the source of identifying items in your hideout once you've completed the campaign. So yeah. I mean, you can just go to town to do it, so it's not that big of a deal, technically. But it is... I don't know. Certain boss entrances, arena entrances, no longer have a teleport for party members to enter after the fight has started. These players can instead just walk in. Awesome. Which is nice, because sometimes what would happen is like the boss was doing a slam move or something right beside where the teleporter was. You teleport inside and instantly die. So being able to just walk in is awesome, because you can kind of use your screen to see if there's anything happening and then just walk in. So overall good. You're now able to log directly into town or hideout by holding control while selecting a character, or left trigger plus AX when using a controller. Oh, that's cool. So instead of like returning to wherever you were before, you can go back into town or your hideout. That's cool. You can now use checkpoints to warp to the waypoint in an area as well as other checkpoints. Awesome. So then you can warp back to the waypoint if you want to teleport somewhere else, as an example. Omens can now stack with a maximum of 10. I never really used a lot of omens, but that's cool. I like that. Less inventory space used. Orb of Chance has received new 3D art. Awesome. Uncut skill, support, and reservation gems can now be traded through currency exchange. Awesome. Very nice. Party members can no longer fruitlessly attempt to open expedition portals. That's funny. And then Nvidia Reflex has been re-enabled. I think that was causing some problems after the previous update for people. I think it was crashing the game a lot, if I remember correctly. Right. On to player changes. When holding down the dodge roll button, your character will now go into a sprint after they finish the roll. Sprint is available on all characters. There's no limitation on how long you can sprint for. Oh, they do explain it here. I was going to say, but the primary purpose of this sprint feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Although, if you take a hit while sprinting, you will fall to the ground. I think it counts as a heavy stun. So be careful. You could, they don't mention it here, but they did say you can, while in a sprint, you can activate an ability which will immediately get rid of it. So you could be sprinting and then activate, like, I don't know, shield slam, shield charge, or something, and it will automatically cancel your sprint, so you can time it decently. So it will help between packs as well. You can no longer socket multiple copies of the same skill gem into your main skill sockets, which is an interesting change. So, for example, you couldn't have 2 electric grenades anymore. Because I know some people were doing different builds like that where they had the same skill but built them differently. So, can't do that anymore. Skills not granted by gems and skills socketed into persistent buff skill gems do not count to this limit. You can still have multiple copies of Spectres or Tame Beast, but only one of each kind of monster. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Which I think is fine, because personally, I like the zoo build, right? Like, where you have a bunch of different types of monsters. But, so, like, you can't have, like, all of your Spectres be a specific Spectre. They have to be different types, which is interesting. I kind of like that in a way, because it pushes more variety of the creatures you're using, so. Attribute requirements on all equipment items have been lowered, particularly at endgame. Endgame base types, on average, have about 20 to 25% less attribute requirements. They've also been lowered on skill gems, particularly at endgame. On average, they have around 20 to 25% less attributes, which is nice. Which I am kind of interested in, because that was also one of the main reasons for using Gemling Legionnaire. So I'm interested to see the changes even more now. Fire damage no longer inherently has a chance to ignite. Okay. Instead, it inflicts flammability on the enemy based on the damage dealt. So kind of like shock, in a way. Flammability is a debuff that lasts for 8 seconds on monsters and grants all fire damage against the enemy, including the hit that applied it, a chance to ignite that enemy equal to their flammability magnitude. Oh. And it lasts for 4 seconds on players. So, that's cool. So, the more damage you do increases flammability's magnitude, which increases the chance to ignite increasing. But it also applies on the hit that applied it. Interesting, okay. Multiple hits can stack up flammability independently, meaning that a target hit by frequent or hard enough will have a 100% chance to be ignited. That's cool. So I was worried it might act like poison where it just takes the highest or something like that. But being able to get multiple hits up is awesome. Which makes things like Fusillade better, because it's a lot of small hits, right? So those will stack up the flammability. Effects that don't hit but ignite targets as though they did, such as Incinerate or Ignited Ground, also inflict flammability, but are not able to ignite the targets until the target has at least 50% flammability. Okay. Huh. So that makes Ignited Ground less useful for doing... Like, there was one that makes Ignited Ground, like, behind you. I think it was a unique boot. And then there was also Incinerate, where it's fully charged. The Ignited Ground will be created underneath it. So those will no longer ignite unless they have over 50%. So before, you could ignite people that were chasing you by running away or running around with the boots on. But apparently that's not the case anymore. Anything that removes, consumes, or grants immunity to ignite also does the same for flammability. Okay, fair enough. These changes do not affect how Ignite itself functions or is calculated once it's been applied. Okay. These changes also apply to other non-fire damage that becomes capable of igniting, and to enemies. Some enemies deal non-ignite fire damage over time, which is not affected by these changes. Okay. So, an example would be like, not Contagion, but Soul Siphon. It's a projectile that does the damage over time, right? So they're saying enemies have things like that will do damage over time, but they're not ignites. Fair enough. Yeah. New. The Arcane Surge buff now grants 15% increased cast speed instead of 10% more. Is that a... That's a nerf, I think, right? I'm trying to think, depending on cast speed. Because increased is obviously additive versus multiplicative of more. So 10% more, I think, is better than 15% increased. Although, I guess it might be better if you don't have as much. I'm not sure about that. I'll have to see. Shock now... Oh, right. So Shock now lasts 8 seconds on non-players by default. Previously is 4. It's still 4 on players. Chill lasts 8 on non-players. Previously 2. And it lasts 2 on players. Chills on any target are now discarded if their magnitude is less than 30%. Oh. Previously 5. So if your magnitude is ever less than 30%, it gets rid of them. That's interesting. Overflow effects on life, mana, and energy shield can now overflow the maximum by 1.5 times from 2 times. So that's a nerf. So you will get up to 50% increase instead of 100%. Okay. Light stun chances of less than 15% are now treated as 0. Why? Previously described as less than 10%, but actually less than 20% for monsters being stunned and less than 12% for players. So if you have an ability that has a light stun built in, but the chance is less than 15%, it's just 0. I don't know why. Unless it's on you specifically, but they're saying monsters, so I'm not sure. Elemental exposure now has 15% less effect on magic monsters and 30% less effect on rare, and 50% less effect on unique. Ooh. Okay. So enemies are going to be more tanky versus elemental exposure, like the curse. Unarmed attacks now have a base critical chance of 5, previously none. Glory now decays if you haven't gained any for 15 seconds, previously 30. Oh, okay, so... Okay. So Glory is now nerfed in the sense of it decays not at a faster rate, but the start of the decay happens like twice as often. Wow. Oil Ground's duration is now refreshed when it catches fire. I appreciate that. I think that's awesome. Because if you put it down and then ignited it after a while, it would just instantly go away. Gaining guard while you already have guard no longer replaces the existing guard buff if the new amount of guard you would gain would be lower than what you already had. Instead, the duration of the existing guard buff is extended proportionately to the amount of guard in the new buff compared to the... Okay. So it won't replace it with a lower amount, it'll just increase the duration based off the difference. Okay, I like that. Ice crystals now instantly shatter from hits that would consume freeze. This is now... As this is now default behavior, Glacial Cascade and Fragmentation rounds no longer specifically call out this behavior. Okay. Added a new mechanic called Elemental Infusion that many elemental spells interact with. Some skills require infusions of a specific element, such as remnants on the ground, which can be picked up to grant you the infusion, which is what we saw in the trailer. So lightning, fire, and ice infusion. Other skills can consume infusions of a specific type to grant additional bonuses depending on the skill. Some skills consume infusions that match the elemental type of the skill, while others have cross-elemental infusions. Which is cool. Like Rain of Fire. I really like how that looks now. Alright. The following have been renamed to avoid confusion with the new elemental infusion mechanic. Amazon's Infuse Weapon skill has been renamed to Elemental Surge. Spire of Ire. Chaotic Infusion unique skill has been renamed to Chaotic Surge. The Charge Infusion skill has been renamed to Charge Regulation. Okay. Reloading a crossbow and switching crossbow ammunition no longer reduces the player's movement speed. That's awesome. Because it was weird. Because you didn't want to reload or switch ammunition at the wrong time because mobs would catch up to you. So, that's nice. Blocking is no longer limited to strikes and projectiles by default. All hits that are not specifically unblockable, which is the red flash like from bosses, can be blocked, which includes parry, which is what I was saying earlier. So, raise shield and parry now require you to face the enemy that is hitting you, rather than the direction from which the hit originated. So, for example, then, if an enemy shoots a projectile and it bounces off the wall behind you, previously you would block from where it came from, but now you need to block where it would hit you from behind. Which makes sense, I guess. Some monster skills, for which directionality is unclear, have been changed to be blockable from any direction using those skills. Awesome. I was concerned about that. So this is one that a lot of people are kind of unsure about. Player, minion, and monster base maximum block is now 50% instead of 75%. So you have a 35% more chance to be hit normally now. They said in the video you should feel overall more tanky because they did add things that allow elemental damage to apply, but I don't think that they ended up changing it I guess I'll explain this. So when you take a hit from armor, it's reduced by the armor amount. But from my understanding, that's before resistances. So it's generally better against a lot of small hits versus one big hit. But I don't think the elemental change from the gear, and they did, I think, add a notable and some other stuff to the passive tree that converts elemental, or adds your armor to the damage you take from elemental attacks. But I still think it's taken from before resistances, which is not as good. So I'm not sure how tanky block builds will be yet. I'll probably keep an eye out on videos and stuff like that come out, just so I can kind of gauge it as the season starts. Effects which set a maximum for volatility now properly do so instead of being additive with the default cap of 200. Okay. Players now gain +6 to accuracy rating per level instead of +3, and each point of dexterity now grants +3 to accuracy instead of +5. Fair enough. The accuracy fall-off penalty now linearly interpolates from 2 meters down to 9, the maximum penalty being 90% less accuracy at distances of 9 meters or further. Previously, there was no maximum, and at 14 meters, you had 100% less accuracy rating. Oh, okay, fair enough. Player minions now always hit with their attacks. Yes, so you no longer need accuracy on your minions, which is awesome. Frees up a lot. Player projectile skills now fire a minimum of 1 projectile, even if they should fire 0. Okay. So I'm guessing there was like some weird interactions or something that made it fire 0 instead of at least 1. Like maybe you had a bow that said -1 projectile, so instead of firing 1, you fired 0. That's pretty funny. Swapping weapons is now instant, so they got rid of the cooldown of the interaction of swapping between your weapons, which is good, because they are promoting a lot more combos, right? So if you're going from electricity to ice moves, for example, you don't like that cooldown. So that's awesome. It felt like really clunky, so I'm glad. All charge consuming skills now pause their corresponding charge's duration while in use. Okay. So if you have 2 ice charges, or no, it's charges. Okay, sorry, I thought this was the infusions, but this doesn't seem to be. So I'm assuming this is frenzy, endurance, or power charges. So if you have 2 power charges, you consume 1 while you are doing that skill that's consuming it. The duration does not continue to go down, which is nice. It adds more duration because you are preoccupied with the animation of casting other stuff at the same time. So fair. Elemental damage recouped as life and physical damage recouped as life now display in the life section of the character panel. Oh, cool. That's good. More stats. Clarification on the stun keyword that monster melee damage has 33% more light stun chance and heavy chance buildup. And monster physical damage has 100% more light stun chance and heavy stun buildup. Monster melee and monster physical. Oh. These bonuses are multiplicative with each other. Note this is purely a descriptive change. Okay, I didn't even know that. So if a monster is doing melee damage to you, it has more buildup of light and heavy stun, and if it's physical, it's even more. Fair enough. Updated the ice crystal keyword to clarify that it blocks movement of smaller monsters, but larger monsters will destroy any crystals in the pathway, and updated the keyword pop-up for maim to include its base duration, which is awesome. Alright, Ascendancy changes time. Here we go. Warbringer. Answered Call notable passive skill now provides +1 to maximum number of summon totems. More totems. Awesome. Ancestral Spirit skill granted by answered call notable passive skill no longer grants minions from this skill having increased accuracy rating per 3 of your dexterity. Instead, minions from the skill have 1% increased attack speed per 3 of your dexterity. That's actually cool. So it would be funny to do like a attack speed minion. That'd be a little weird, but it'd be fun. Great Wolf's Howl notable passive skill has been removed, and the Warcaller's Bellow notable now provides ignore Warcry cooldowns. So they got rid of the second passive from that node and just made them into one. They combined them, which is awesome. Renly's training passive skill now grants 35% base chance to block from equipped shield instead of the shield's value, which was previously 40%. Okay. So less base chance. Huh, okay. The Turtle Charm notable passive skill no longer grants 25% less block chance or can block damage from all hits while shield is not raised. Instead, it now provides you take 30% of damage from blocked hits and your maximum block chance is 75%. Oh, okay. So they are increasing the damage. So instead of 0 damage from blocked skills or blocked hits, you take 30% of the damage from it, but you have 75% block chance instead of 50. Okay. Interesting. I wonder if that's worth it. Like, you're blocking more hits, but you take damage. I guess that's fine, because if you take 30% of blocked hits, it is a lower damage number, which means your armor is more effective versus it. So you're blocking 35% more hits, taking 30% of the damage, but armor is being applied technically 70% more in effectiveness, right? Actually, probably more, because it's like a scale, right? It's a flat amount, not a percentage reduction. So instead of taking like 10 damage, you take 3 damage. And if your armor has enough to absorb that smaller amount, then it will. So yeah. That's actually pretty good. That's going to be interesting. Stacks of Jade granted by Jade Heritage notable passive skill are no longer lost when taking physical damage from a hit. So I believe it stacked up damage reduction. When you activated it, it consumed them pretty much. And then whenever you were hit, it would deplete. And so your damage reduction would go down over time. So you get the full reduction the whole time, it looks like, from this, which is nice. Ancestral Spirits from the Ancestor Call Notables passive skill have been improved. They now appear faster and start using skills sooner. Awesome. Ancestral Jade Hulk no longer charges, but instead uses a war cry to buff nearby allies to have 50% increased damage. Their leap slam has all been improved. That's cool. Ancestral Jade Caster has had its spellcasting range increased. The Pinning Jade Storm has had its area of effect increased, and the delay between it forming and exploding has been reduced. So more consistent across the board. The Ancestral Warhorn Horn buff and Horn Slam have had their area of effect and duration increased, and the Spirit Turtle's aura has had its area of effect increased. Fair enough. So, Smith of Katava. The Flowing Metal notable passive skill now causes body armor to grant 50% of armor, also applying to elemental damage from hits. Previously caused body armor to grant 5% to maximum fire res. Oh. So you lose your max fire resistance increase, but it automatically applies half your armor to elemental damage. That's interesting. I wonder if they added extra maximum fire resistance into the passive tree then. to kind of make up for it. The leather binding notable passive skill now causes body armor to grant regenerate 3% of max life per second. Was 5%, so that's a nerf. The manifest weapon skill granted by living weapon notable passive skill no longer grants minions from the skill. Have 1% increased accuracy per 3 of your dex, which makes sense because they got rid of accuracy for minions. Instead, minions from the skill now have increased attack speed per 3 of your dexterity, which is awesome, especially with like that kind of skill. But Smith of Katava means you are on the far left side of the skill tree, and dex is generally on the other side. So we'll see how that works. I guess you can get it from other sources like items, gems, stuff like that too. So there's that too. Small passive skills providing fire resistance have 8% instead of 15. Wow. So fire resistance has gone down in the passive tree. Well, in Smith of Katava, anyway. 7% each. That's okay. Small passive node prior to living weapon now grants 5% increased strength instead of minions deal 20% increased damage. Okay, so your minions get less damage out of it, but you get 5% increased strength, which gives you more health. And technically, that's a better choice now for strength stacker. Right? 5% extra. There you go. Alright, here's the one I'm interested in. The advanced thaumaturgy notable passive no longer grants 30% less cost of skill gem, or skill gems have 30% more attribute requirements. It now grants the thaumaturgical dynamism buff, which, while active, causes you to passively generate a power, frenzy, or endurance charge once every 8 seconds. The type of charge you generate is determined by the attribute requirements of your skill gems. That's cool. So if you have higher strength, it's more likely to be endurance, higher dex, higher chance for frenzy, and intelligence for power. I actually really like that. I mean, 8 seconds isn't super... I don't know, it's kind of in the spot of where I want to say I wouldn't want it to be like 5 seconds, because that's kind of quick. But it's also a little bit long for combat, considering how many abilities you cast. But just getting an extra charge... I guess it also depends on how much the chance is. Like, for example, if you have a massively higher strength or dexterity. Let's take dexterity. If you, like, what's the chance difference? Like, does it go to, like, 20%, 20%, 60%? Or if you have a really high dex, is it, like, 98% and then 1%, 1%? That is a big difference. So we'll have to check that when it's available. But, you know, that makes sense, right? Because they lowered... they lowered the cost of skills. They got rid of that. Okay. The Gems Studded notable passive no longer grants you can use each type of support gem in an additional time in different skills. So that's what they made baseline now. They just... Actually, they did better, technically. Instead of just having 2, you can use 1 of each and all of your skills. So that's good. Instead, it says, for each color of socketed gem that is the most numerous... That's the most numerous. Okay. I wonder if you can tie them. Like, if you tie red and blue, do you get both? That'd be interesting to see. So, if it's red, hits against you have no critical damage bonus. That's pretty solid. If it's blue, skills have 30% less cost. Oh, so they made it part of the gem-studded instead of the thaumaturgy. Okay. Or green, 40% less movement speed penalty when using skills while moving. That's cool. Thanks for the follow, Immortal. I appreciate that. Welcome on in. Thank you, thank you. So green and blue I like the most, but red's definitely good. That could save you against a lot of monsters or bosses that have critical damage bonuses. That's pretty solid. It'd be interesting to see if you could do like a Legionnaire tank of some kind with that. Because then you don't have to worry about critical damage bonus against you. So Tactician. So I played Tactician last time when we were playing through the 0.2. The only problem is that the suppressing fire, which is the arrow rain from off-map minions, or was that this one? I think that was this one. Just wasn't doing a lot. So I ended up like unspecking it actually. So let's see. The Cannon's Ready notable passive skill now provides +1 to the maximum number of summoned totems. Oh. Okay, well that's good. Because I wonder if the mortar counts. I wonder if you can summon an additional one, which again is a little fuzzy because right now they're saying it's a persistent buff, which means generally it's an active or deactivate, not a use it for a cooldown, and then you can use it again. So we'll see. Right where we want them, notable passive skill now grants projectile damage builds pin. So just every projectile damage builds pin now, which is awesome because I think that was a support gem before. So it frees up a support if you're doing like a pin build. The Polish That Gear notable passive skill now provides gain deflection rating equal to 20% of your armor, and no longer grants gain 100% of armor's extra stun threshold. So deflection, if I recall from the update, reduces the damage taken by a certain percent. I don't remember if it was 30 or 50%. They'll probably say it later, but it's essentially spell suppression from PoE 1, but only applies to hits, I believe. They'll probably show that later on, but that's my knowledge so far. The Suppressing Fire notable now provides 40% more immobilization buildup instead of projectile damage building pin. Oh, so they moved it from that over to right where we want them. Okay. The Supporting Fire skill, granted by the Unleash Hell notable, which is the one I was talking about, no longer grants minions from the skill to have 1% increased accuracy per 3 of your dexterity, which obviously makes sense. Instead, minions from the skill now have 1% increased area of effect per 3 dexterity. Oh, so it covers more range. The Death from Above command for Supporting Fire now deals approximately 3 times more damage at all gem levels. Thank goodness. That's what I was saying earlier, is it did not do enough damage. They times it by 3. Wow. So that would be interesting to try now too, to see how much of a difference that makes. That'd be pretty cool. What else here? Let's see. The Whoever Pays Best notable passive skill now provides there is no limit on the number of banners you can place, because they did buff banners in this patch too. So I think they increased the duration. They stay active if you leave the range of it, and then you can walk back in. And there was something else I think they mentioned too. And banners gain 5 glory per second instead of can place multiple. So that's interesting. So there's no limit now, and they gain glory passively, which is nice. That's pretty good. I'll have to see how big that is. I haven't really used banners too much, but if they're that good, then maybe. Let's see here. Added a new strategic embankments notable passive skill, which requires cannons ready. This causes your totems to grant embankment auras to players when placed, which give a different effect depending on the type of totem. Ancestral warriors give 40% increased glory generation. So yeah, they're pushing for this like mercenary to actually be able to go into multiple areas now, which is cool. Artillery ballista grants 40% increased immobilization buildup. Dark effigy grants 40% increased damage over time. Wow. Mercenary chaos damage build. That would be interesting. Mortar damage grants 15% of damage gained as extra fire damage. Siege ballista grants 50% increased damage against immobilized enemies. And then shockwave totem grants 30% increased area of effect. That's pretty cool. And you can stack them if you use different totems. So for example, if you're doing like a, I don't know, contaminate, soul drain kind of thing, you could use Dark Effigy and throw in Shockwave, which grants 30% increased area of effect to your abilities, as well as the increased damage over time by 40%. That's a cool thing. I didn't know that. So Tactician could be a much better totem build now too. Which counts mortar cannons, and since we wanted to try that, might be worth it. Alright, Witch Hunter. The Weapon Master notable passive skill now grants 100 passive skill points. Become weapon skill points instead of 20. The preceding small passive now grants 6% increased cooldown recovery instead of weapon skill points. Oh. So you can really go into different weapon skills. Wow. Okay, fair enough. And then the recharge time for sorcery ward no longer restarts when your armor or evasion changes. Oh, well that's just good, I guess. Yeah, it's the recharge timer. So if your armor or evasion changed, it would reset the timer. So better. But yeah, interesting with Witch Hunter too, again, because of the changes, well, with the new League of Abyssal, and them specifically saying they count as undead, the detonation chance and the extra damage from Witch Hunter might be super good. I guess it obviously depends if you want to do Abyssal, like the Abyss stuff. Might not be your thing, but that would be pretty cool. Ritualist. The As the Whispers Ask notable passive skill has been removed. And the As Whispers Demand notable now also grants the Ritual Sacrifice skill. So they combined it together. Fair enough. The Wildwood Persistence notable now grants 10% increased life recovery rate per 5% missing unreserved life instead of 5%. So doubled. Nice. Amazon. Critical Strike notable passive skill now has gain additional critical hit chance equal to 15% of the excess chance to hit with attacks. Oh, nerf. 10% reduction. Wow. And no longer specifies it ignores hobble on the target. So it does work on hobble now. Okay. Elemental Surge, notable passive skill. Previously Elemental Infusion, now grants 3 surges when consuming a power, frenzy, or endurance charge instead of 2. So it's more usable. Okay. Pathfinder. Oh my goodness, there's a lot here for Pathfinder. The Sustainable Practices notable skill now grants 50% of evasion rating. Also grants... Wait, what? 50% of evasion rating also grants elemental damage reduction. Wow, they bumped it from 30 to 50. Now, Pathfinder, I think, did have some staying alive issues, shall we say. But they also got deflection now. So, let's see. Poisonous Concoction, granted by the Poisonous Concoction notable passive skill choice, has been renamed to Acidic Concoction. I guess not to confuse people with poison. The concoction consumes charges from your mana flask to throw a flask that explodes, dealing physical damage in an area. The thrown flask consumes poison on hit to cause an acidic burst, which deals damage based on the highest expected remaining damage of poison on the target. Oh, they just changed it. So you can, like, stack poison on the target and burst it with this. That's cool. It's like a stacking finisher almost. Acidic Concoction and Acidic Burst cannot poison. Oh, there you go. Acidic Burst deals unscalable physical damage equal to 150% of the expected remaining damage of the consumed poison, and has 30% more area of effect per poison affecting the enemy. Okay. So, wanting more poisons on the enemy, and the detonation 150%. I wonder if that's... I'm assuming that's better than leaving the poison over time. 50% more versus getting rid of it. Fulminating Concoction, granted by the Fulmination Concoction notable skill choice, no longer inflicts lightning exposure on hit. It now has 50% more shock effect. Quality now grants 0 to 40% more chance to shock, previously 0 to 20% in effective lightning exposure. Okay. So, they're getting rid of a lot of exposure. I just realized. So, the other thing to note too is, remember the skill, lightning, fire, cold, exposure is now gone. They're combined into one skill. I think it's just elemental exposure. But I believe it does less than before. We'll probably see that lower down. But with this is also being reduced. So that kind of sucks. But it has 50% more shock effect and 40% more chance to shock, which means you'll probably get a good shock out of it. So there is that too. So essentially they're increasing the damage based off the shock effect instead of decreasing the enemy's resistances through the exposure, is my understanding. Shattering Concoction, granted by Shattering Concoction notable passive skill choice, now inflicts elemental exposure on hit instead of just cold exposure. Oh. So they are doing that. That's weird. Now freezes enemies on hit that are primed for freeze. Quality now grants 0 to 20% increased freeze duration instead of increased chance of effective cold exposure. Okay. So these are mostly changing because they're getting away from specific elemental exposure, like cold, fire, lightning, and they're going with the elemental exposure affects every elemental type. Okay. Bleeding Concoction, granted by the Bleeding Concoction notable passive choice, no longer has 200% more magnitude of bleeding inflicted. It now aggravates bleeding on hit, which I believe aggravated bleeding is just they count as moving even when they're not, or it's doubled. Can't remember. I haven't done a bleed build in a long time. Explosive Concoction, granted by the Explosive Concoction notable passive skill choice, no longer has 200% more magnitude of ignites inflicted, and no longer inflicts fire exposure on hit. It now fires up to 4 additional mini flask projectiles at ignited enemies. So you want to use it after enemies are ignited instead of igniting enemies. Quality now grants 0 to +2 additional mini flask projectiles thrown at ignited enemies instead of... I guess they missed that. Explosive Concoction quality no longer grants effective fire exposure, instead granting up to 2 additional mini flask projectiles thrown at ignited enemies instead of... Oh, it's just an error, okay. Instead of 0 to 20% increased fire exposure effect. Okay. One sec, sorry. Okay. Deadeye time. The Avidity notable passive skill no longer grants a 30% chance to gain maximum frenzy charges when you gain a frenzy charge. Oh. Wait a minute. Hold on a sec. Hold on. Power charges instead of frenzy. The only thing I was thinking is like if you could turn them into endurance, maybe that was why, but no, okay. I was thinking about the video when they instantly gained the full endurance charge back. Instead, it grants a 50% chance to gain additional frenzy charge when you gain one. Oh, so it's better on the low end, worse on the high end, based on how many frenzy charges maximum you have, right? So, like, say you had, I don't know, 7 frenzy charge maximum before, there's a 30% chance essentially to get up to 6, because you would need to generate 1 to proc it, right? But now it's a 50% chance to gain an additional one when you gain it. So it's a higher chance, better on the low end, worse on the high end, I think. So if you have a lower maximum, this change is better. But if you're planning for a higher maximum, it's worse. That's what I think anyway. Again, it might be a little different in practice, but that's how it sounds. Called Shot's notable passive skill no longer lets you apply an additional mark. Okay. Instead, it causes your projectiles to chain to marked enemies and grants the new Called Shot's meta skill that repeatedly marks enemies near you, bypassing your mark limit. That's cool. So it's a meta skill, meaning it triggers randomly, like when it's charged, but it will automatically mark enemies near you, and it does not have your mark limit on it. So it's better the longer you're in the fight, because the more enemies that are around you that are stronger, more marks that'll be out, more chain. And it doesn't say that it reduces the damage that normal chain does, like the support gem. So that's cool. Eagle Eye's notable passive skill has been renamed to Bullseye. No longer removes the distance-based accuracy penalty. Instead, it applies 10 stacks of critical weakness to enemies that you consume a mark on, when you consume a mark on them. Oh. Okay. So you're just more likely to crit. I can't remember if critical weakness is also damage. I think it's just increased chance. Invoker. Elemental expression skill granted by the ... and scatter them into the wind's notable passive skill now deals 8 to 244 to 12 to 366 fire damage with the fiery explosions at gem levels 1 to 20. Previously lowered. So they increased the low end and high end damage. 7 to 200 and 10 to 300 cold damage with the Icy Wave, which is also increased from 4 125 and 7 187. And then also increase the base lightning damage. Okay, so overall just more damage with every attribute. The lightning damage, I think, went up the most, right? Went up by like 100. That one almost went up by 200, yeah. Huh. So yeah, there you go. Meditate skill granted by Faith is a choice notable skill. Now has a cooldown of between 7 and 5.1 seconds at gem level 1 to 20. Previously 10 to 8.1. So better now. Actually, way better. The starting cooldown is better than the previous, like, latest upgrade cooldown. Meditate now also provides 24 to 100% more energy shield recharge rate at gem levels 1 to 20. Previously 0 to 28. Wow. So they vary. To be fair, I don't remember a lot of people using Meditate, but that's a huge buff now. So maybe it will. Acolyte of Cheula. I know they buffed this one a lot too. The reality bending notable has been renamed to the Sap of Nightmares, and no longer grants the chance to gain a percentage of damage with extra hits as chaos damage. Instead, it now grants Leech recovers based on chaos damage as well as physical, which is great because Acolyte is all about chaos damage. The Lucid Dreaming notable passive no longer provides any benefits itself, instead now being a multiple choice notable with the following choices. Choice of life. All flames of Cheola you manifest are red. Choice of mana. All of them are blue. Or choice of power. All of them are purple. Which is based off of the different lords, right? I think. Or the different versions of the self. The Into the Breach skill granted by the Waking Dream notable passive skill now grants remnants spawned by supported skills have 0 to 50% increased effect. Quality now provides 0 to 15% increased effect of remnants instead of it. Flame of Cheola manifests nearby every 0 to minus 0.3 seconds. Okay. The Grasp of the Void notable passive skill has been renamed to Illusory Void, and no longer requires Embrace the Darkness. It no longer provides gain 1% of extra chaos damage per 20% unreserved darkness, and instead grants a new skill, Void Illusion, which I think is the dash. Can't remember. Embrace the Darkness notable's passive skill now has Darkness Reservation last for 5 seconds, previously 10. So that's actually better, I believe, right? Because the reservation is like a damage shield, pretty much. The Inner Silence notable passive skill has now been renamed to the Deepening Shadows, and no longer grants 50% reduced darkness reservation duration. Instead, it now grants 1% increased maximum darkness per 1% maximum chaos resistance. Okay, so you can stack it up a lot more now. And the 50% reduction is why it moved to Embrace the Darkness. So it says 50% reduced duration, but that's essentially what they did by moving it from 10 to 5. Okay. The Ravenous Doubts notable passive skill has been renamed to Inner Turmoil, and no longer grants Mana Leech recovers based on other damage types as well as physical damage. Instead, it grants 1 volatility on inflicting an elemental ailment, and take no damage from volatility. So volatility was interesting because you stacked it up, and then based on the stacks it did damage to you and surrounding enemies, I believe. So this is a way of actually doing a volatility build now without having to worry about self-damage, which is pretty cool. The Consuming Questions notable has been renamed to Unraveling, and no longer grants You Cannot Recharge Energy Shield, or Mana Leech effects also recover Energy Shield. Instead, It now grants chaos damage from hits, also contributes to ignite chance and magnitude, freeze buildup, or shock chance, changing every 2 seconds. I'm not sure. I like... Trying to think here. I don't like the rotating stuff as much. Like, in Path of Exile 1, we had the buffs that swapped rotation. Like, it was like for a certain part, it gives you movement speed, and a certain part, after duration, it gives you evasion or something like that. I can't remember exactly. But if you increase, I mean, with that one, it was a little worse, because if you increase duration, the changes would also increase. But the point of it was, or the downside, I guess, that people always said was, I want one of them. I don't want all of them. And when the other ones are up that I don't want, I'm gaining no benefit. Now, like, ignite chance and magnitude is nice. Like, they're good, right? Ignite, freeze, and shock. Shock increases... Well, it's shock chance, not shock magnitude. Freeze buildup, either way is good. And then ignite chance and magnitude. Honestly, I'd like it just being a chance versus it rotating like that. Because out of every 6 seconds, 4 seconds might be something you don't want. Now, you could build with all 3 in mind, so that's, you know, a possibility as well, but from the most part, I see people going for 1, maybe 2. Okay. For Blood Mage, the small life passive skill prior to Sanguimancy has been removed, and the Sanguimancy notable passive is now free to allocate, which is the first one you had to take when you were normally going through your Ascension, but it was the downside to getting the other stuff. So you kind of had to hinder yourself a little bit. So now it's free. You can get some of the benefits right away. The Life Remnant skill it grants now spawns a Remnant on hitting a target instead of on critically hitting. Oh. So that's way better. So you spawn a Remnant, like the healing Remnant, obviously, for the Blood Mage, on hitting a target instead of having to critically hit. So it doesn't have to be a crit build anymore. Now, you still might want to if you're doing the physical damage like the rest of them, but that's cool. Gore Spike passive skill now grants 1% increased critical damage bonus per 50 life instead of 40, so a little bit nerfed. And it's swapped locations with the Sunder the Flesh notable passive skill. Okay. So you're going to need 10 more life per 1% crit damage bonus you want. Which is a larger nerf than it might seem because of how restricted life is on the passive tree now. But they did say they added a lot more base types of things to the game. So maybe there's something or mods that adds more life now. Right? Like we have the veiled modifiers now too. So maybe there's additional life percent or flat values that might be on there too. So, yeah. Between the Cracks notable passive skill has been renamed to Sanguine Tides. No longer provides critical hits, ignore monster armor. Instead, it provides gain a flask charge per 4% life spent, and 50% less life recovery from flasks. Oh. I mean, critical hits, ignore monster armor was, nice, but okay. It also now has, when your life flask reaches full capacity, or full charges, 40% of the charges are consumed, and gain 1% damage as physical damage for 3 seconds per charge consumed this way. Oh, okay. So has an automatic use like they had kind of from Path of Exile 1 where you would enchant it. So that's cool. Gain 1% damage as physical damage for 3 seconds per charge. So I'm assuming the 1% and the duration stacks per charge? Or maybe not. Because 3 seconds for 40% of your life flask, I'm not sure about. I guess it depends on how fast you fill it, which I guess you do with the previous thing being added in now, where you gain flask charge per life spent. And as the Blood Mage, you are spending your life as mana. So, who knows? Like, you could be activating it a lot. I'm not sure. The Open Sore's notable passive skill has been renamed to Whispers of the Flesh, and no longer grants your curses have infinite duration. Instead, it now grants enemies affected by your curses have at least 15% of life reserved. I don't know if that's better. Is it? Like, yeah, I guess versus bosses and stuff like that, 15% of life reservation is huge, right? But I'm just trying to think of it like it in normal use. Because what it's doing is getting rid of the infinite duration, so you have to keep recasting your curses when they end now. But I also don't know how life reserve works on enemies when it's removed. Like, if they reserve 15% of max life and gain it back, I think it comes back empty. So, not sure. If it comes back restored, that's, you know, not a good thing, but... Infernalist. The Infernal Hound, granted by a loyal Hellhound notable passive skill, now ignites enemies within 2.5 meters, previously 1.5. Bigger ignite, doggo, does more. Awesome. Is the best boy. The Pyromantic Pact, notable passive skill, now grants Infernal Flame equal to twice as much your mana, previously equal to it, but causes you to lose 25% of your Infernal Flame per second if you haven't gained any in the past 2 seconds. Previously 50 per second. Okay. So you have a higher max on your Internal Flame level, but if you haven't generated it, you lose 25% of it. Which is still technically the same amount, right? Because it's 50% of your mana, or 25% of double, which is technically the same thing. Like the same percentage burn over time. Demon form granted by the demonic possession notable no longer disables your weapons, or has its own weapon set. It no longer grants level of all spell skills while in demonic form, or increases spell damage per demon flame. It now grants 3% more spell damage per demon flame, and quality now provides 0 to 10% increased cast speed while in the form. Previously it had no quality. Life loss per second from Demon Flame is now lower beyond Skill Gem 20. Okay, so that's overall really good, I guess. So obviously you lose the skill levels or increase spell damage, but the big thing is they changed it from increased spell damage to more spell damage. So 3% more spell damage per Demon Flame is really good. Yeah. And them lowering the life per second is great, because I saw some hilarious things where life loss when you were beyond level 20 was insane. So. The Lich. The Dominion over Flesh notable passive has been renamed to Incessant Cacophony. That's funny. It now grants your curses have infinite duration instead of your curses can affect hexproof enemies. Oh. Okay, so they took it away from the Ranger and gave it to the Lich. But you still can't affect hexproof enemies now? Huh. Okay, that's unfortunate. Eldritch Empowerment notable passive skill no longer provides non-channeling spells, costs an additional 3% of maximum energy shield. Non-channeling spells deal 30% more damage, or spending energy shield does not interrupt recharge. Instead, it now provides spells deal 30% more damage when sacrificing energy shield, and then sacrifice 5% of maximum energy shield when you cast a spell, and sacrificing energy shield does not interrupt recharge. Huh. So it's all spells now, instead of non-channeling. So it can work on channel spells now. That's pretty cool. The price of power notable passive skill no longer grants non-channeling spells consume a power charge if able to deal 25% more damage. Instead, it now provides spells consume a power charge if able to deal 40% more damage. So also works on channeling. Okay, cool. And it's bumped from 25% more to 40% more, which is pretty cool. Chronomancer. The Flood of Echoes notable passive skill has been renamed to Inevitability. I like that word. I don't know why. It no longer grants the Unleash skill, but instead now grants new skill in Inevitable Agony, which curses all targets in an area after a short delay, causing a portion of the damage they take from hits to be stored in the curse debuff. When the duration expires, they take the stored damage again all at once. Wait. Was that... Hold on a sec. I want to double check this really quick. Chronomancer. Which one was it? Flood of Echoes. Okay, so it's this one here. Okay. I thought it was like the time stop one for some reason. I'm like, oh, I hope they didn't get rid of that. Quicksand Hourglass notable passive skill no longer grants every 10 seconds gain 50% more cast speed for 5 seconds. Instead, it grants Sands of Time, which grants 60% cast speed, scaling down to 1% over 10 seconds, at which point it will then scale back up to 60%. Oh, so it's like going up and down, Sands of Time, right? Like hourglass flipping? Okay, that makes sense. That's cool. It kind of sucks that you lose it, though, but, you know, that's fair. It also grants 1% increased area of effect, scaling up to 60% over 10 seconds, and then back down to 1. Oh. So you scale down, you start with higher cast speed, but low area of effect. And then it scales up to lower cast speed and higher AoE. That's interesting. Okay, fair enough. So you kind of want to like try and get your spells maybe in the middle. Or if there's more enemies, you want to focus your big thing when there's more AoE versus cast speed. That's cool. I like that. That's cool. Stormweaver. Elemental Storm skill granted by Tempest Caller, notable passive skill, has had its cooldown lowered to 3 seconds at all levels, previously 5, so you can use it more often. Rain Dancer notable has been renamed to Multiplying Squalls, and no longer provides 150% more cooldown recovery rate for Elemental Storm. Instead, it provides a +1 to limit for elemental skills. Oh, that's cool. +1. The Force of Will notable passive skill no longer grants 1% increased effective arcane surge on you per 25 maximum mana. Instead, it now grants 25% of damage taken from mana before life, and 20% increased magnitude of Arcane Surge on you per 10% missing mana. So... okay. So this is a nerf to mana stackers, I think. Like flat stat mana stackers. Because you could get above 20%, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what the high end of mana stackers were doing in 0.2.0 or even in the later patches, but this gives you a flat 20% magnitude. Oh, it's even worse than I thought. So, well, worse, but more impactful, I guess. So 20% of damage taken from mana before life is a defensive option. 20% damage absorption pretty much is great. But now it's 10% of missing mana versus 25 maximum. So yeah, you have no reason really then, other than it being a second life pool, to stack it. Oh, one sec here. Sorry. Just gotta give captions a sec to reset. Let's see, is it fixed? What the heck? Well, I'm just gonna... oh, there we go. Awesome. Just have to give it a sec to reset. It's an experimental part, so there are bugs with it, unfortunately. But yeah, okay. So it's better for non-mana stackers, worse for mana stackers. Plus, obviously, the... I mean, it adds another defensive layer to Stormweaver, which is nice, so... Scouring Wind's notable passive skill has been renamed to Storm's Recollection, and no longer grants exposure. You inflict lowers effective resistances by an additional 12%. Instead, it now grants remnants you create reappear once, 3 seconds after being collected. Oh, okay. That's cool. The Heart of the Storm notable passive skill has been renamed to Refracted Infusion, and no longer grants 40% of elemental damage be taken recouped as energy shield. Instead, it provides 50% chance when collecting an elemental infusion to gain another different elemental infusion. So that's cool. So, for example, if you're using ice and fire, but say you're also using Rain of Fire or Firestorm, right? You have a 50% chance to get a fire infusion at the same time. So then you can use all three on that Firestorm. That's pretty cool. I like that. It kind of gives you a bit of a diversifying elemental infusion option instead of just adding another skill. All right, passive skill tree changes. Elemental Equilibrium has been redesigned. It now causes infusion remnants you create to be random elements. Well, there's that too now, I guess. Eternal Youth is no longer causes your life flask to recover energy shield instead, and now causes your life flask to have 50% less recovery. Oh, okay. Wait, what else did it do? Eternal Youth. Let's see. think it's like over here, right? Yeah. So life recharges instead of energy shield. Life recovery from flasks applies to energy shield instead. So that's gone. Hold on. Causes your life flask to be less recovery. Oh, that's cool. So life recharges instead of energy shield, but your flasks heal 50% less. That's... I actually don't mind that. You have to find a different way of recovering your energy shield, but it makes more sense for a health build. That's cool. Okay. Giant's Blood Keystone now halves the amount of life granted by strength, which is, I believe... attribute requirements are doubled, but you can one-hand, two-handed weapons, like maces. Glancing Blows now provides chance to evade is unlucky, and chance to deflect is lucky. It no longer provides block chances doubled or take 50% from block hits. Oh. So, for those that don't know, unlucky is obviously the opposite of lucky, in the sense of it rolls twice. So we'll go for deflect, for example. So if chance to deflect is lucky, and let's just say you have a 50% chance to deflect. If you roll over 50, which means it would not work, it rolls again. Or it might roll both regardless. And if either of them succeed, it takes that over. It's like if people are familiar with D&D, it's pretty much like rolling with advantage. It's like you roll 2 dice, you take the higher. So in this case, it's the better. So it reduces your evade, though. So you roll twice and take the worst with evade. That's going to be interesting. I guess it depends on how good deflect's going to be. The thing is, though, I think deflect hits more things. Because evade is only for hits. But I'm pretty sure they said that deflect works on other things as well. I'll have to double check that after. The new Resolute Technique Keystone passive now grants accuracy rating is doubled. Instead of your hits cannot be evaded. Oh. So that's a nerf in some ways and a buff in others. So your hits cannot be evaded means that you didn't need to have accuracy at all, really. But passive now doubling accuracy rating is actually good because, well, if it applies right away before other skills that do bonus things based off your accuracy rating are better, right? So it technically, it's much better if you're building accuracy or doing something with that accuracy, but it's much worse if you were using it to not have to worry about accuracy. If that makes sense. New. This Ancestral Bond Keystone passive skill now has totems reserve 75 spirit each instead of 100. Which is, I believe, the extra totems, right? Which I believe was like over... Is it this one? No, it's the totem one here, I think. Ancestral Bond. Oh, that's the other one, I think, up here. Yeah. Unlimited number of summoned totems, but they reserve 100. So they are reducing them to 75. Oh, that might be cool. Especially now that you can roll extra spirit on weapons with the late game abyssal modifiers, the veiled modifiers. That's cool. 25 less spirit. It's pretty huge, actually. 8 new clusters between warrior and witch and sorceress areas for the passive tree. 15 to the warriors. 23 to the mercenaries. 17 to the ranger and huntress. 12 to the monk. 25 to the witch and sorceress. Sources of increased area of effect have been lowered by 25% approximately. That sucks. I liked my AoE builds. I don't know. I like seeing my screen full of explosions. That's unfortunate, though. Like, down by a quarter. Sources of daze buildup have been replaced with chance to daze on hit with adjusted values. Okay. Sources of reduced reservation of skills now grant increased reservation efficiency. I think that's just wording change, right? Many existing clusters have also received updates. These changes may result in your existing passive tree being forcefully refunded if you had allocated nodes around the areas where the layouts have changed. Small attribute passive skill has been removed on all of the outward highways between class starting locations. Oh, that's cool. So, for example, this guy right here is your starting location for if we are mercenary, right? So, one of the middle nodes on the outward highways between the locations. So, like one of these nodes, I'm assuming. So, actually, that's awesome. Because it means doing highway travel to get to farther locations is actually good. Like, for example, if we were down here and we wanted to go up to totems, and let's, like, obviously right now it's more efficient to go this way, but let's just say, I don't know, let's just take a couple things over here that we might want. So going here, class here, so 1, 2, potentially 3 less travel points, which doesn't seem like much, but let's just say we go here. That's like potentially gaining mass hysteria, right? Just from that refund. That's really nice, actually. All right, on to skill changes. Let me just grab some water first. Okay. The base damage scaling of all players' spell and secondary damage skills have been tweaked to scale better into the late game. Generally speaking, spells that do not have damage number changes called out below will have near identical base damage at low levels, roughly 5% more damage at 20, and roughly 20% more damage at level 30. So they really want you to upgrade your levels, your gem levels. The mana cost growth of all skills has been rebalanced. Generally speaking, skills will have similar mana cost at low gem levels, potentially slightly higher at some intermediate gem levels, and lower mana cost, sometimes dramatically lower, at gem levels higher than 20, which is good. General rebalance, awesome. I don't want to see someone trying to do Arbiter of Ashen using a skill and over half their mana bar is gone. But that is less efficient than for later game if you're using skills or something like it that require you to spend mana. So might require more or looking into that differently. Banners no longer gain Valor or have any other Valor related stats, but instead generate glory when you attack enemies. They all require 200 glory to place. Unlike other glory-based skills, banners can gain glory while the banner is placed. That's awesome. because that was the problem before, is that like if you placed your banner, you had, one, you had to wait for it to go away, two, then you had to build it back up. So all sources of banner glory gained have been replaced with banner glory, or sorry, banner valor gained are banner glory generated. Banners now have a global limit of 1 allowed to be placed, but there are ways on the passive tree or the tactician ascendancy to increase this. So that's good that they added it to the passive tree. Curse skills and skills that apply elemental exposure now can't apply those debuffs to enemies that are significantly higher level than the skill's own level requirement. Oh. This requirement is fairly lenient and disappears completely by high gem levels. Okay, that's fair. So it's why, I guess, trying to prevent people from creating like bot accounts, maybe. So they're very low level, they get invited to something with curse skills. Maybe. That's just my guess. Blink, Convalescence, and Sacrifice can no longer be activated in specific weapon sets. Oh. They are now required to be active in both weapon sets and will fail to activate if not possible. Okay. Hey, how's it going? Not too bad. Reading through the marathon of patch notes, which is 0.3. Let's see. But thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. And welcome in. Huh. That's interesting, though, about those three. Higher rarity enemies are now less affected by curses. They have a 15% less effect on magic, 30% less on rare, and 50% less effect on unique. Right, this is what we were talking about earlier. They had mentioned this at the... We're up there. How long? Not too long. Not too long. What? Oh my goodness, how long has it been now? Oh my goodness. Almost a year now. Wow, holy cow. A lot longer than my brain thought it was. Wow, time flies. But yeah, so bosses less affected by curses is gonna suck, because that means you are essentially doing 50% less of that affliction. Say you get it to 40%, you're doing 20% less multiplicative damage. Okay, I'm just gonna do that. Goodbye, bots. Movement speed penalty afflicted by skills that can be used while moving now begins to fall off slightly more quickly when using the skill. Okay. So, if you use a skill that inflicts the movement penalty, instead of like it lasting like a second, it'll fall off like over like, I don't know, 0.5 seconds or something like that. Which is good. Makes it feel less clunky, more smooth. Great. The spirit cost of specters has been adjusted such that specters with high spirit costs are generally cheaper, while some of the cheaper spirits are more costly. Oh, really? Okay. Which I guess makes sense now, because they made specters and stuff do more... I just read the second one, but yeah, they do more damage now. Plus, they're considered minions, so they don't need accuracy, so they always hit. So, there's that. Let me see here. I wonder how much it's increased, though, or decreased on the top end. We'll have to see. I do like my Spectre build. I like my minion build, so we'll probably try that out at some point. Spectres and Tame Beasts now deal 25% more damage. Not increased, more damage at all gem levels. instant skills such as Unbound Avatar are now usable while on the Roa mount. Awesome. Mark skills are no longer spells. Okay. So certain things can't impact them anymore. Reservation skills that had reduced reservation with quality now have increased reservation efficiency with quality instead. So it's a rewording, I guess. Killing Palm, Staggering Palm, Shattering Palm, Hand of Keula, and Frozen Locust are now deal damage based on your equipped quarterstaff. They no longer have flat added damage or additional critical strike chance. Palm skills can no longer be used without a quarterstaff equipped by default. Okay. Because they have the open palm now. Shockwave Totem, Ancestral Totem, and Artillery Ballista and Siege Ballista now use your equipped weapons. They no longer have their own flat damage, base critical chance, or base attack time. Oh, that's cool. I just realized. So if they use your weapon, you could use like Quill Rain or something to make them attack super fast. I wonder how that would work. Like with Artillery Ballista and Siege Ballista. Okay, that's something I'm going to look forward to. New ground effects. Captured by whirlwinds. Oh, so the tornado skills. Now only last for 4 seconds before it reverts to a normal state. Okay. I'm assuming that's to prevent like a lot of the ricochet tornadoes that happened that really just bursted things down, maybe. Ancestry boosted slams now have 25% increased area of effect. 25 up from 20. We've also fixed a bug where the area of effect bonus from ancestral boosted slams was described as multiplicative, more, instead of additive, increased. Ah, okay. The following skills found as inherent skills on wands and staves now deal approximately 12% more damage from skill level 11 onwards. Bone Blast, Chaos Bolt, Decompose, Firebolt, Freezing Charge, or Shards, sorry, Lightning Bolt, Power Siphon, and Solar Orb. Okay. Just more base damage for wands and staves, innate skills. Ancestral Warrior Totems now have no limit. Socketed Mace skills now have 50% less attack speed, and also requires 3 endurance charges to raise. Arc now counts as a projectile, or is a projectile. It no longer causes explosions against shocked enemies and is no longer a payoff skill. It now chains 6 to 9 times. Of course it was going to do that. At gems level 5 to 20, previously 5 to 8. It now has 50% more shock magnitude and can consume a lightning infusion to chain additional times and deal more damage. Now deals 2 to 39 damage at gem level 5, previously 5 to 31, scaling up to 20 to 386 at gem level 20, previously 49 to 277. So an extra 100 damage plus a little change. Quality now provides 0 to 2 chains additional times. Previously 0 to 2% more damage for each remaining chain. So you can use multiple projectiles mods with this then to increase the amount of projectiles it creates, thus severely increasing the 0 to 2 extra chains, because then it would chain 2 additional times per projectile. That's cool. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people consider starting with Arc, doing like a Palpatine build. It's pretty funny. Archmage now has non-channeling spells gain 4% of damage as extra lightning damage for each 100 maximum mana you have. Previously 3%. So they're changing Archmage over to flat damage. Or sorry, flat maximum mana versus a percentage. Huh. Or no, are they bumping the... I guess they're bumping the damage up per 100. Some of their wording is a bit different here. Normally they would put previously beside the 4%. But I'm assuming they bumped this up by 1%, from 3% to 4%, instead of the mana. Armor-piercing rounds. Quality provides break 0 to 20% of armor. 0 to 30. Oh, they reduced it. Wait, why is this new then? This is a change, not new. Huh. Not sure. Artillery Ballista has been renamed to Siege Ballista. Now has a duration of 8 seconds instead of 16. Wow. Okay. Bolt's attack speed is now 25% of base, and bolts deal 25 to 66% attack damage, previously 30 to 79%. The explosion radius is now 1.4 meters, so down by 0.4. Explosion deals 50 to 132% attack damage, previously 70 to 185. Oh, okay. So less damage and AoE overall. Quality now provides 0.3 meters to bolt explosion radius. Previously attack time down. Is that just overall just bad for every part? They nerfed the explosion damage, the explosion radius, the bolt damage, the duration. The only thing is the attack speed. Sorry about that. Because it goes off your weapon, it's only 25% of base. I'm not sure. That's a thing I'm gonna have to see someone do. Because maybe the attack speed now 25% of base. I'm not sure. This will be interesting to see. Ball lightning can now consume fire infusion to leave a trail of ignited ground and explode at the end of its travel. Cool. Batter shout. Explosion now deals 50% more damage against unique enemies. We did see that. So a lot of the frost skills as well deal more damage against unique enemies, which improves their freeze buildup. And there was a couple other things too. Can't remember exactly. Berserk now grants 53 to 59% increased rage effect at gem levels 14 to 20. No longer grants 0.2% of physical damage each as life per rage. So increases the rage effect on you, but you don't get the health back, which is a little unfortunate. Bind Spectre. Quality now provides minions deal 0 to 20% more damage instead of 0 to 10% reduced reservation for summoning specters. Oh. I don't like that. I mean, I guess it depends on how much they're reducing specters' costs. But they're essentially reducing the cost of specters, but increasing the cost of specters. So this really depends on how much reduction they added. Because, for example, if they reduced it by, like, 10 or something like that, but 10% reduced reservation would have brought it down by, like, 20 to 30, then overall, Spectres got more expensive. Okay. you know, don't get me wrong, 0 to 20% more damage is nice, because, again, it's more. But you could potentially have less minions, which is unfortunate. Using Blink no longer counts as dodge rolling. Now has a minimum gen level 8 instead of 14. Okay. Blood Hunt. Explosion now causes life loss rather than unscalable damage. Okay. I don't... It might just be like a different version so that it is scalable. Bone Offering. Spike duration is now 8 seconds instead of 5, so it lasts longer. While the explosion radius is now 2.4 instead of 2, so upped by 4, 20%. The explosion now deals 256 to 385. So quite a bit higher on the high end and low end. At gem levels 11 to 20. The buff now has minions take 20 to 25% reduced damage from hits while shielded. And also now has absorbs first hit, dealing over 25% of the minion's maximum life. So better against bosses for sure. Quality now provides shielded minions take 0 to 30% less damage for 1 second after shield lost, instead of 0 to 40% more physical damage on the explosion. Okay. That's cool. So they take reduced damage while shielded. We'll just talk high end. 25% reduced damage from hits while shielded. Fully absorbs the first hit that's over 25% of their max health. And they take 30% less damage for a full second after the shield is actually broken. That's cool. Bone Shatter. Shockwave now deals 50% more damage against unique. Awesome. Cast on Freeze, Cast on Shock, and Cast on Ignite have been combined into a single gem. Cast on Elemental Ailment, which is nice, because then you can stack it with others. Like, for example, if you had Cast on Freeze, your Shock and Ignite spells wouldn't help. But now it does. This gem requires 100 Spirit, has a minimum level of 14, and combines the energy gain conditions of all 3 previous gems. Existing copies of these gems will be updated to cast on elemental ailments when you load the character or stash tab holding them. Okay. Chaos Bolt, granted by Withering Wand, now inflicts 1 to 3 stacks of Withered for 4 seconds on hit at gem levels 1 through 20. Okay. Cluster Grenade. Primary grenade attack damage is now 299 to 490 at gem levels 13 to 20. So it went up. Actually, whoa. Went up a lot. Up to previously 199 to 327. Mini grenade attack damage is now 174 to 286, which is also up but not as much. From 137 to 225. Now fires exactly 18 mini grenades in a Nova, previously 14. I wonder if that means it can't be increased. Because before it said fires 14 mini grenades, right? But because those were projectiles, you could up them as well, I believe. But this says exactly 18. So I'm assuming that might not be able to. In a Nova, and mini grenades are fired over a 17% increased radius. So it spreads out more to cover more range. Okay. Cold Snap has been reworked and renamed to Snap. It can now be used on any frozen, shocked, or ignited enemy, or on Frostbolt, causing an explosion of the corresponding damage type and creating a remnant of the corresponding type from the enemies. This explosion can chain react to a limited extent from enemies hit that are affected by the same ailment. Now deals 48 to 540 and 72 to 870 cold damage. Okay, I'm gonna skip some of these numbers here, but I just want to see. So the Lightning damage and fire damage is obviously new, so that's not increased. But the cold damage is down. But it's more useful and can be used more often, so, you know, that makes sense. Because you're adding the extra damage. Right, in the other elements. Quality now grants a 0 to 10% chance to spawn an additional remnant. Previously 0 to 20% chance to not consume freeze. Cold Explosion now deals 50% more damage against unique enemies, which makes sense. Especially when you're fighting a boss, if you detonate the freeze on the boss, you want a better payoff for the damage against that boss versus having him crowd controlled. New Combat Frenzy. Quality now provides 0 to 10% chance when you gain a charge to not gain an additional charge. Previously 0 to 20%, so 10%, but now gains a frenzy charge whenever you freeze, electrocute, or pin an enemy. No more than once every 7.3 to 6.1 seconds at gem levels 8 to 20. So slower generation of frenzy charges, but and reduces the chance of getting an additional charge. That kind of sucks. Unfortunate. But obviously gaining more charges is nice. Comet now deals 223 to 335 cold damage at gen level 11, previously 205 to 307, so a bit of a damage buff. Scaling up to 829 and 1243 damage at gen level 20, which is just under 200 damage increase at the high end. But can also be fire infused, deal additional fire damage and gain base radius. I wish they listed what the extra fire damage would be and the radius increase, but they don't. Contagion. Quality now provides contagion targets 0 to 2 additional enemies when cast, instead of 0 to 100% to maximum debuff damage bonus from spreading. Oh, so when you cast it, it hits up to 3 enemies instead. I think I kind of like that, actually. The maximum debuff damage bonus from spreading, though, losing that really sucks. Because that's what you would do, right? Is contagion mixed with, like, soul drain or something, and then that debuff would spread and increase damage over time. So I wonder what they're going to do to make up for that, because that was like a big thing about contagion, was ramping that damage. Dark Effigy. Quality now provides up to 0.2 meters to impact radius instead of up to 20% chance to inflict withered for 2 seconds on hit. I think I'd rather have the withered, wouldn't you? I guess the extra meters on impact radius allows you to shotgun things more easily if there's close enemies, but I think the withered's better. So, not sure on that. Defiance Banner, Aura now grants 30% more armor and evasion rating instead of 9 to 30, or 6 to 9%, and 30% increased movement speed, previously 5%, and now has a duration of 7.4 to 9.8 seconds at gem level 8 to 20. So it lasts for pretty much 3 seconds longer, which is huge. And the banner is no longer removed when you leave the aura area. Quality now provides up to 10% increased reservation efficiency instead of 2% more aura magnitude per valor. So, yeah, because before, the higher your valor, the better the buff. Like, it was 9% per something, though. Like, per amount of valor. So I wonder if the buff will end up being stronger, or it's just easier to use and build up, but a lower armor and evasion rating and movement speed out of it. Not sure. Despair. Curse now inflicts -41 to -49% to chaos resistance at gem levels 9 to 20. Previously -20 to 24. So a big plus on Despair. Detonating arrow quality now provides up to 1 bonus maximum stage instead of 2. So halved. Okay. Quality for disengage now provides 0 to 20% chance for additional shockwaves instead of 0 to 20% increased cooldown recovery rate. So you have a 20% chance for an extra shockwave instead of using the ability 20% more often. I think I'd rather use the ability more often, but technically the shockwaves can like do aftershocks, I believe, so that might end up being better. Dread Bandit Aura now grants 0.5 flash charges per second. Wow, way higher. Previously 0.17. 60% more ailment threshold. Previously 12 to 15. But again, I don't know if this is the high-end bonus when you max out the Valor. Right? So it could be 15% per 10 Valor, and say you could hold 100 Valor. Right? I don't know. I can't remember. I honestly didn't use them that much. And now provides 4% to all maximum elemental resistance. That's pretty nice. No longer provides 12 to 15% more stun threshold. Has again, about 3-second higher duration at all gem levels. And Banner is no longer removed when you leave the aura. It also gives more aura magnitude per Valor. Okay, fair. Earthquake. Jagged Ground's radius is now 1.8 meters, previously 2.2, so down by 0.4. Aftershock is now 160 to 580% attack damage at gem levels 1 to 20. So up on the low end and high end. And has a radius of 2.4 to 3 meters at gem level 1 to 20. Previous 3.4 at all gem levels. So much lower radius though. It starts much lower and goes up a bit, but still lower than what it was previously by 0.4. Earthshatter quality now provides 0 to 6% more damage with hits for each spike, instead of 0 to 3 maximum spikes. Detonating now triggers existing spikes. Huh. Never really used Earthshatter, so I don't know. More damage with hits for each spike sounds good. But I don't know the damage difference for more spikes being summoned. Electric Arrow is no longer a movement skill. Now shoots an arrow forward that explodes, applying its electrocuting rod to all enemies hit. Which is great because it's an AoE application then. Now deals 128 to 281% attack damage at gem levels 5 to 20. So much lower. Much lower. But arcs to more enemies. And applies to more enemies, so that kind of makes sense. Attack speed is now 80% of base. And the mana cost has been reduced by approximately 40% at all gem levels. Quality now causes hits against targets with attached rods to gain 0 to 10% of damage as extra lightning damage. Versus duration up. Okay. Elemental Invocation now gains 1 energy per power of enemies you ignite with hits from skills. Modified by the percentage of the enemy's ailment threshold the ignite will deal. Previously 2. Oh, okay, so it's cut in half. Elemental Sundering. Pulse now can consume up to 20 ailments. Previously 9. Wow, okay. Cold Explosion now deals 40% more damage. The Cold also now deals 100% more damage against unique. Makes sense. Ember Fusillade can now be infused with lightning to cause each ember in the entire fusillade to create a beam that changes lightning damage to enemies. The infusion is consumed when the fusillade fires all embers in that fusillade. now has a minimum gem level of 5 instead of 3. So you get it a little later, a couple levels. Not too bad though. Emergency reload now reloads all of your crossbow ammunition clips instead of just your most recent, which is awesome. And empowers each clip's ammunition to deal increased damage for its duration or until you expend all of your empowered bolts. Now has a number of each clip's empowered bolts is equal to the maximum ammunition of that clip. Oh, okay. So, like double barrel would be 2, wherever the case may be. Makes sense. Enfeeble. No longer has Curse makes non-unique targets take 20 to 26% less damage, or Curse makes unique targets deal 10 to 16% less damage. Curse now makes targets deal 21 to 29% less damage. Oh, I see what they're doing. Okay, so technically the Curse is higher up overall in its base form, right? An extra 1% and an extra 3% at the high end. But now that curses are less effective against unique, rare, and uncommon monsters, you are going to probably be in that 10 to 16% less damage range instead. So the unique targets dealing less damage. This is a buff against your standard mobs, but a debuff against magic and rare. I don't know the math specifically, but it might be the same-ish against bosses. 15%. It is technically, even at the high end, a debuff against bosses, because it's 50% less. So instead of, I guess if you're rounding it, it would be 14%. They'll do 14% less damage instead of 16. So like technically 2% loss. Escape Shot now creates ice fragments in the area of effect. These fragments explode after a short duration to deal additional damage. Additionally, it now causes you to travel 6 meters backward, previously 4.5, which is pretty much a disengage. Explosive Spear, the ignited ground created by the frenzy-charged explosion, now lasts 8 seconds instead of 4. And we're going to see that a lot, I think, too, as they increased a lot of the duration of things up from 4 seconds to 8 to better be used with other abilities, which again is promoting their comboing playstyle that they're trying to go for. Eye of Winter, when passing through an allied flame wall, the eye itself and now all of the shards it subsequently releases will receive the flame wall's added fire damage, which is awesome. Shard projectiles now travel 25% further as well. The eye projectiles no longer releases a burst of shards at the end of its flight though. The frequency of the eye projectile firing has been increased by roughly 35%, so it fires more instead of bursting at the end. Each use of the skill now deals 900% more damage with its first hit against each enemy. Okay. Now has a cast time of 1.4 seconds instead of 1.1, so it casts a little bit slower. And a mana cost of 94 to 195 from 13 to level 20, which is much higher than 128. And a 15-second cooldown. Okay. Now gains 100% of damage as damage of the corresponding type when passing over an elemental ground effect or orb. Previously 75%, so extra 25%. And now deals 16 to 40 to 25 to 59 cold damage at gem levels. So more than doubled. Very nice. Falling Thunder. Quality now provides 0 to 20% more damage per power charge consumed. Previously 0 to 10% chance to not remove charges on use. Okay. So you can ramp that if you get a lot of power charges. Like, say, I don't know what the maximum you can acquire is, because we also don't know. They specifically said that they won't be releasing the skill tree until the launch. So we won't know for sure. plus if there's new unique items and stuff like that in the game. So I'm just gonna go, let's just say like 5 for now. That's 100% more damage, which is crazy. Fangs of Frost Explosion now causes 150% more freeze buildup at level 1. Previously 50%. Wow. So buffed 100% extra. And deals 9% more per level instead of 6, so an extra 3%. Quality now provides 0 to 15% chance to not consume parry debuff instead of 0 to 4 melee strike range. So more freeze buildup as it levels, and a chance not to consume the parry debuff on the enemy you use it on. That's pretty nice. Fireball no longer create... So this is what I was a little worried about too, is they are taking away something to make the infusion do it. So Fireball no longer creates secondary firebolt projectiles by default. Instead, it can consume a fire infusion to do so. Now has a minimum gem level of 3 instead of 9, so you can use it 6 levels early. Primary projectile and explosion now deal 15 to 22 at level 3. So it does more damage, scaling up to 242 to 362 instead of 202. So an extra 160 damage at level 20. Secondary projectiles now deal pretty much more than double damage. Oh my goodness, it's like 3 times the damage at level 20. Secondary projectiles can now hit the same target as the primary projectile. Oh. Wait, how does that work? Like if I shoot a projectile at a boss and it expands from that, does all of them hit? Except the ones that are like facing away from the boss? So it takes the first hit and like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 extra projectiles and the rest fire in the opposite direction. I'm not sure. We'll have to test it. Firestorm now has a base radius of 2.8 instead of 5.6. So again, they're taking away stuff to add them back in. I can't say I enjoy that. It's like they're removing power to make you work for the same, or maybe a little bit more, obviously. But I don't know. Like 2.8 from 5.6 and creates 1 bolt every 0.2 seconds instead of every 0.1 seconds. No longer consumes ignite to create improved bolts. Instead, it can consume every type of elemental infusion. Fire infusion cause it to double in size. Okay, so... Oh, it just goes up to its... Yeah, it goes up to its previous. The size isn't even improved. And you need all 3 infusions to do that. Right? So yeah. So you need a fire infusion to get it back up to its normal size. And bolts. Although I guess it creates more bolts now. 50% more. So it's 2 seconds instead of every 1, but it's not doubled, it's tripled. So 50% more bolts technically over the duration. Cold and lightning infusions cause the storm to create additional cold and lightning bolts respectively. 1 of each infusion can be consumed by a single use of the skill. Firebolt damage is now 16 to 56 to 23 to 83. So it got reduced. Ugh. By a lot. Like half. Actually, not quite half, but almost. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends on how easy you're getting all the infusions. Because overall, it's better, right? So, it's the same size. It's technically creating more bolts for fire. Then cold and lightning cause the storm to create additional bolts, respectively. So, I'm assuming whenever it ticks at 0.2, it creates a fire, cold, and lightning bolt instead. So yeah, so overall it's technically better, but that's assuming and making you take an ice ability and lightning ability and a separate fire ability that would get you those infusions first. So this is like a 4 ability minimum. Your lightning skill, your fire skill, your ice skill to drop those infusions, and then use Firestorm once you've picked them all up. So it's more damage, but much more work. I mean, it still looks cool, so I can't fault it for that. But it seems like a lot more effort versus the payoff. Like some of the other skills that they changed earlier on seem like there was less work for more payoff because they only used 1 infusion. So, one other skill you need. Flammability, conductivity, and hypothermia have been combined into a single gem. Elemental weakness. Existing copies of these gems have been updated, but will not receive updated item art. Oh, okay. Flicker Strike. Quality now provides 0 to 20% more damage per power charge consumed, instead of up to 20% chance to not remove charges on use. So they really don't they want us comboing, right? Because you need to use your combo skills to generate the power charges for Flicker Strike. So they are really getting rid of anything that has a chance to not remove the charges so far. For a lot of things, not just Flicker Strike. Fragmentation rounds. Explosion from frozen enemies now converts all physical damage to cold damage and will cause further explosions on any frozen enemies it hits, although this cannot propagate further. So double explosion is your max. Explosion radius is now 2 meters, previously 1.8, so buffed. Hits against frozen enemies now have 50% more damage against unique. So again, because you're proccing it on a unique enemy, generally a boss, you want that extra damage because you're getting rid of the crowd control that the freeze has. So, makes sense. Freezing salvo. Spread has been increased by 25%. Now fires an additional arrow at each ice fragment near its target location. Now has an attack damage of 68 to 150%. Previously 78 to 172, so less. Now accumulates a missile every 0.75 seconds. At all gem levels, previously 1 to 0.8, so better overall across the board. And now accumulates up to 10 additional missiles, previously 12. Oh, okay. So they really reduced... So they reduced the damage, reduced the additional missiles by 2. But... you need to have ice fragments around to get up to what it was before. Quality also provides 40% more freeze buildup, but before it reduced the stacking cooldown of the charges building up by 0.2. So if you had high quality, it's actually a nerf to its generation by 0.15 seconds. So that sucks, but the freeze buildup, I think, is better overall, I think. For the 1.5 second, or 0.15 seconds generation. Frostbomb now deals 7 to 11 cold damage at gem level 1. So way down from 16 to 23. Scaling up to 535 at 20 instead of 701. So yeah, a lot less damage. Now has a cooldown of 6 seconds instead of 3.5. So not quite doubled, but almost doubled. Now has a 4-second detonation time instead of a 3-second duration before exploding. So it stays there longer. Now chills enemies as though dealing 300% more damage, and now applies elemental exposure instead of cold exposure. It initially applies 20% elemental exposure and an extra 2% per pulse, up to a maximum of 50%. Quality now provides up to 10% more maximum elemental exposure applied. Previously, 20% increased cold exposure effect. Now it's a limit of 1. Oh. Huh. So much better at exposure, the elemental exposure, but it doing damage and stuff like that has been severely cut down. Because I remember because we put, oh, the other thing is the limit. If you have there was a support gem, I can't remember, Spell Echo, I think, or something like that, where you could actually have 3 of them, so it would place 1 and then 2 on either side of it, so it would be 3. When this says now has a limit of 1, I'm assuming you can't do that then, right? Although this saying it has a limit of 1 means that it could be affected by support gems that increase limits. But you still have the cooldown, so I don't know if that would work. I'll have to test that in the game too. Frostwall now deals 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds of its duration. Which, all of the Frost abilities that have been kind of changed and tweaked, most of them interact with Frost better. So I guess what they're trying to do with this is make it so that you're not just shooting it into the enemies directly. You kind of have to like leave it on the ground for a while before it actually gets to its max freeze because of the damage. Frostbolt now has a minimum level of 5. Base projectile speed has been lowered by 20%. No longer leaves chilled ground as it travels. Instead, it chills as though dealing 120 to 195% more damage at gem levels 5 to 20. Projectile now deals 15 to 23 cold damage at level 5, so much less. The high end is lower than its low end. Same with the at level 20. This change does not affect the explosion, okay? Frozen Locust. Ice Crystal now deals 80% less damage. Oh, same thing as the Frostwall. In the first 0.5 seconds. Galvanic Shards. Ammunition no longer has a 50% less reload speed. Thank you. And has 1 bolt loaded per clip. Wait, what? They reduced it to 1 bolt per clip, previously 5. Projectile attack damage is now 21 to 54%, so up. While the beam attack damage is 107 to 272, so upped as well. Now fires 8 fragments per shot, previously 6, and has a mana cost of 10 to 48 instead of 13 to 61. Quality now fires up to 2 extra fragments per shot instead of 2 extra bolts per clip. That's weird. I liked galvanic shots the way it was before, because it used to be such a great crowd clear. So I guess they're moving it over to be a shock applier. Oh man, that kind of sucks. I guess we could use double barrel support in it to make it 2. It no longer has the less reload speed, which is nice. I don't know. I kind of like the old one better. Obviously the damage is less, but... Okay. Gas Grenade no longer has special behavior causing it to detonate as soon as it stops bouncing. Instead, it strictly obeys its detonation time like other grenades. Okay, fair enough. Glacial Bolt. Ice crystals now have a 50% more area of effect if shattered. They also deal 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds of the duration. Okay. So, again, Glacial Bolt, Ice crystals, you want to shatter for sure. Glacial Cascade no longer consumes freeze on enemies to deal 350% more damage. It now consumes freeze on non-unique enemies to deal 150% more damage, and consumes them on enemies to deal 500% more. Wow. Okay. Burst radius is now 0.6 meters instead of 0.5, so up by 0.1. The final burst radius is now 0.9 to 1.2 meters at gem level 1 to 20, previously 0.7 at all. Wow, so way up. Okay. Quality now provides up to 15% of physical damage as cold damage instead of 10, so up by 5%. That sounds cool. Hailstorm rounds. Bolts now fall in an expanding circle rather than overlapping with each other. Oh. That's cool. Now it's an impact radius of 1 meter instead of 1.2, and a rain radius of 4.0 instead of 2.5. So covers more area, much more area. One bolt now falls every 0.1 seconds instead of 0.3, and there's no longer a minimum distance the bolts can land from the firing position. Okay. Now deals 146 to 254% of, I'm assuming that's of instead of off attack damage at gem levels 11 to 20. So 50% more at the high end, and has 130 to 157% more freeze buildup. Ammunition has a 100% more reload speed instead of 50% less. Wow, okay. So that's nice. Hand of Cheola quality now provides up to 20% increased duration of socketed gems. Instead of supported curses, have 10% increased magnitudes. It also provides increased area of socketed marks. Okay. Interesting. Part of Ice granted by the Whispering Ice unique staff. Now chills enemies in your presence as if dealing ice damage. Almost tripled. Not quite. Doubled it a little bit. Herald of Thunder, bolt impact radius is now 1 meter from 1.4, so just a nerf overall to the range of the bolts. Hex Blast quality now provides up to 10% more damage per 1 second of remaining duration of removed curse, instead of 0 to 20% more chaos damage. Huh. So you could get, like, if you apply a curse and Hex Blast right away, that's a lot of damage. Like, let's say it lasts for like 15 seconds. We'll say 1 second for cast time. That's 140% more Hex Blast damage. It's pretty good. High velocity rounds. So this one I'm looking forward to. No longer consumes fully broken armor. Instead, hitting a fully broken enemy will apply a debuff to that enemy, which causes your attack hits against that enemy to deal additional physical damage equal to 5% of the physical damage dealt by the high velocity round that applied the debuff. So, if you use something like the armor strip, then you high velocity round them, it does a lot of bonus damage. Now, in the video, they showed this with shotguns because they have like 8 projectiles, right? But what if we use a super fast firing armor strip, or the rapid fire skill? I can't remember what it was. Because I think that fires more shots over the duration than the shotguns, if you include reloads and speed and stuff like that. So we're definitely going to be testing that though. Ice Nova can now consume a cold infusion to deal more damage and create an area of chilled ground. Ice Shards deal 29 to 82% of attack damage at gem levels 5 to 20, so much more. Arm after 1.5 seconds and deal up to 300% more damage after arming. They now deal 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds. They all no longer deal 700% more damage after 0.5 seconds. Oh. Interesting. Projectile now deals 11 to 29% of attack damage at gem level 5 to 20 instead of 12 to 33, so less. Now has an arming time before which it will not explode, even if shot directly under the enemy. Okay. Quality now provides shards chill enemies as though dealing up to 100% more damage instead of shards that have existed for 0.5 seconds deal up to 200% more damage. So they really are pushing the damage down, but highly increasing the freeze. But they're also increasing... See, I guess this depends on the bows and crossbows you use. Because... Or crossbows in this case. Because they upped the base damage from 33% to 82%. But changed it from dealing 700% more damage to 300% more damage. But they also take more time to arm now. Because before, they would just do 700% more damage after 0.5 seconds. Now they deal 80% less in the first 0.5, and then after 1.5, they get the extra 300. So, plus we're missing out on the 200% more damage after the 0.5 seconds that used to be the quality. But again, I think they're really pushing the set it like a trap and lead enemies to it, because now also it chills as if you're dealing double damage pretty much. So there is that. Incendiary shot now ignites, has ignites you inflict with this skill are 200% faster, and also now has 30% increased ignite duration for each pellet that hits a target. Now inflicts 300% more flammability instead of 100. Quality now provides up to 15% increased ignite duration for each fragment that hits a target, instead of 20% increased ignite magnitude. So really... You're really upping that. Okay. Incinerate has been reworked. It now requires fuel gained by spending mana to use. So again, very combo. We're removing the ability just to cast this normally, and now you have to cast other things to cast it. It's like obfuscation, I guess. So it no longer has mana cost itself and no longer applies fire exposure. Oh, that kind of sucks. Its cast speed is now fixed, and it gains a stage every 0.25 seconds. The cone length is now 5.8 meters instead of 4.6, so much bigger. It now has 12 maximum stages instead of 8. It no longer creates burning ground by default. Oh yeah, it's a fire infusion, of course. Instead of a fire infusion can be consumed to cause it to create ignited ground. Ignited ground now has a radius of 1.4 instead of 0.8, so bigger range, which is good. Its minimum gem level is now 9 instead of 5, so you can get it a little bit later. Beam now has 50% less ignite duration instead of 50 or 25%. So another 25% loss on the ignite duration. And deals 30% more damage per stage instead of 40. So less damage per stage. Beam now ignites as though dealing 519 to 778 fire damage at gem levels 9 to 20. So the ignite is bigger too. And now inflicts 80% less flammability magnitude. Oh. That's so weird. So less ignite duration, less damage per stage, more area, like much more area, more maximum stages, which I guess the extra 4 maximum stages 5 is 50. No, it's still less. So previously it was 40%. But now you gain an extra 4 stages, but you lose 50% total. So we're still down by 10%. So instead of 50% extra... Yeah, I think so. Because we lose 10% per stage. Although no, I guess you do gain 30% more. So we lose 50%. But gain 120% if you get to stage 12. So, okay, so higher range on the cone. Cast speed is fixed and gains stage every 0.25 seconds. I don't know what it was before. So bigger range, more stages, so it might take longer to get to max stages. You need to consume a fire infusion to create the ignited ground, but it has a almost double range on the ignited ground. Less ignite duration. Less damage per stage at the lower stages, but higher at the highest stages. And ignites as if dealing much more damage, but inflicts 80% less flammability magnitude. This is definitely going to be a play around and see how it feels kind of one. Because I definitely get that it's more of an AoE ability now. Right? Like increasing the cone size, increasing the stages so you want to be casting it for longer, that kind of thing. Huh. Yeah, it's definitely going to be... I'll have to test it out. Infernal Cry now empowers 1 attack per 10 enemy power within range, counting up to 50 power. Previously 1 attack plus an additional attack per endurance charge consumed. Okay, so it's power-based instead of endurance charge. No longer has 4 to 38% increased Warcry's speed, while empowered attacks gain 32 to 49% of damage as fire damage. Previously 5% per 5 power of enemies within range up to 100%. Infernal Cry's Combust now deals 6 to 9 to 112 to 180 or 167 fire damage at gem levels 3 to 20, previous 11. So less damage overall, though it now deals significantly more damage at gen levels past 20. Now allows you to expend an endurance charge to bypass the cooldown rather than consuming endurance charges to empower additional attacks. Oh, okay. That's cool. Makes sense. So you have a better choice whether to spend them or not. Quality now provides empowered attacks gain up to 10% of damage as fire damage. Previously, 10% of fire damage per 5 power of enemies within range, up to 50%. Okay. So it's flat amount now. Killing Palm now grants 1% power charge when culling a normal or magic monster, 2 when culling a rare monster, and 3 when culling a unique one. Lightning Bolt, granted by Choir of the Storm unique amulet, now correctly typed as a triggered skill. This means it will be able to scale off of increases and reductions to triggered skill damage as well as other similar stats, and also means it no longer is capable of generating energy to trigger other skills, because they made it so triggered skills can't generate trigger energy. Lightning Conduit no longer consumes shocks from targets hit, but now has a 6-second cooldown. Now deals 69 to 208 damage at gen level 13, previously 41 to 123, so a lot more damage. Scaling up to much more, again, at level 20. Now has 2 additional bolts if a shocked enemy is in the target area, previously 1 to 4 additional. So averaged out additional bolts if at least 1 shock is consumed. So it's also easier because you don't need shocks to be consumed, you just need a shocked enemy to be in the area. Quality now provides up to 5% more damage with hits per 5% shocked enemy effect on an enemy, instead of up to 20% chance to consume a shock to reapply it. Okay. Lightning Rod quality now provides up to 20% chance to cause an additional burst on impact instead of a 0.4% meter to burst radius. Fair enough. Lightning Spear now fires 5 secondary bolts at all levels instead of 3 to 5. So, average amount between the two. No longer deals more damage when consuming frenzy charges. Oh, okay. Living Bomb and Solar Orb have swapped places. Living Bomb is now a tier 3 elemental skill gem. Oh, I was wondering about that when we saw them earlier in the wands and stave skills. While Solar Orb is an inherent to Pyrophyte staves. Existing items are not affected by this change. Oh, that kind of sucks. I liked Solar Orb being its own thing, but now it's only on the item. Huh, okay. Living Bomb no longer explodes at the end of its duration. Instead, it explodes upon dealing sufficient damage to an enemy. Or just killing it. Huh. It now drops a Fire Infusion Remnant on exploding. It now has a base duration of 15 seconds, previously 2.5. Has a lower critical hit chance base. Explosion now deals 30 to 46 damage at level 5, so a little bit less at the low end. Scaling up to higher damage at level 20. Now it's a minimum level of 3. Magma Barrier now passively increases your chance to block while active. Over time, it charges up a lava. While fully charged, your next block with your shield raised will spray lava in front of you and grant an endurance charge. You now grants 25% increased block chance. Magma Spray now has 6 to 8 added fire damage per 15 evasion on shield. Evasion? Okay. And has a radius of 2.8 meters. Magma Spray deals 12 to 103 to 20, 105 based off of offhand fire damage. Base offhand. Huh. Weird. I don't know what it means by offhand fire damage. Because you have a shield, so you don't have a weapon in your offhand. Or maybe it's just a different type, and it counts as an offhand weapon. So base damage went down, but the 227% to 684% attack damage went way up. 200%, a little over 200% increase. Quality now provides up to a 5% increased block chance. Previously raising your shield infuses it with magma for 0.2 seconds. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. So 5%, it gives you 25% up, yeah. Wait, I thought 50% was maximum, though. Because this doesn't say increased maximum block chance. This just says grants increased block chance. So if the maximum is still 50, you can't go past 50. Huh. Weird. I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that. Mana Drain, granted by the Attuned Wands, now leeches 30 to 408 mana at gem levels 1 to 20. So 4 times as much almost at the high end. And now has 70% reduced mana leech rate at all levels. Quality now provides 0 to 90% additional mana leached. So tripled. Nice. Mana Remnants now grant additional mana at gem levels. Up by 80. Just under 80. Hey, Voidless. Thank you, thank you. Quality now provides each remnant additional mana. 10%. Or 10 more. Good morning. Hopefully you were able to get some better sleep. And thank you for the hydrate, stretch, and posture check. You got 8 hours or about there? Oh, that's not too bad. I got a little less. I think I got about 6 or something last night. Good sleep. I slept decently. It just took me a while to get to sleep, which is a little unfortunate. Yeah. All right. But thank you for asking. I appreciate that. So Mana Tempest now has a minimum gem level of 7 instead of 9, so you can use it earlier. Mantra of Destruction. Quality now requires 1 fewer combo to use instead of 2, so lower. Okay. A little bit of a nerf. As long as it was restful, find 5 hours of restful sleep is better than 8 hours of sleep. Yeah, that's fair. That's true. I definitely agree. Body told me it would have liked to sleep a little bit longer, but that's fine. Not too bad. Oh my goodness. Got a bit more to go. Molten Blast. You can now steps backwards instead of forwards if used when moving in the opposite direction to where you are targeting or attacking in place. Now inflicts 200% more flammability and has 100% more ignite duration. Secondary projectile count can no longer be modified. Oh. Okay. Quality now grants up to 30% chance to inflict elemental exposure on hit instead of fire exposure. Oh wow, Molten Blast can trigger elemental now. That's awesome. And yeah, we're just going over the PoE patch notes here. Had a bit of a late start, thanks to our good old internet, although we're looking at it and having someone take a look soon, so hopefully we'll figure out the problem. But yeah. Also, I wasn't sure how long it was going to take, so we'll probably not do the second part. But No Man's Sky also got a huge update where you can have, I think they're called Corvette ships, which are like fully customizable ships that you can have multiple players in, which is really cool. So I wanted to take a look at that, but that probably won't happen today, unfortunately. But yeah. We'll probably do that maybe Monday. Yeah. Okay. Orb of Storms now triggers from casting any spell in its radius, previously only lightning, but incorrectly described as all lightning skills. It now creates a lightning infusion remnant if all of its bolts are used up or the duration expires. It now has a maximum of 8 bolts at all gem levels, previously 12 to 29. Oh. So I wonder if the reason they also decreased the lightning shot for the crossbow was that it's much easier to trigger Orb of Storms now. Maybe. Although I don't remember a lot of the crossbow stuff having infusion effects. Maybe there's some new stuff. It now has a base radius of 3.6 meters instead of 2.8, so much larger actually. Now deals 1 to 19 damage, so lower low end, but higher high end. Now fires a bolt every 4 seconds, and when you use a lightning skill near the orb, previously scaling up to 2.5. Orb duration is 12 seconds, previously 10. So they're really pushing you to use skills with it. So the automatic shots every 4 seconds don't scale anymore. So you don't want to rely on it just kind of shooting it over time. And the duration is increased by 2 seconds, and those are the only 2 things that give you the lightning infusion remnant. So they're really pushing you to use a lot of lightning skills. So this will be really cool with Arc. I can definitely see people using this for that Palpatine build. Overwhelming Presence and Withering Presence are now described as aura skills and have aura tag, which is awesome. Perfect Strike now has an attack damage of 470 to 1029. So that went down a decent amount, but has a plus 35 to melee strike range instead of 14, so it can hit much farther away. Its attack time is now 30% of base instead of 35. Okay, so you can get more off. Or is it more? It's slower, technically. Permafrost Bolts now has 200 to 504% more freeze buildup. Previously 80 at all. So, a gigantic increase. Like 80% at all gem levels versus 200 at level 1. Up to 504. Now has 17 to 49 attack damage at gem levels instead of 17 to 62. So the attack damage is lower at the higher end, but the percent freeze buildup is also way higher. So that makes sense. Plasma Blast now has a 50% more magnitude of shock inflicted, no longer has 30% more chance to shock though. Projectile now converts 80% of physical to lightning instead of 70%, which is actually really good. We can use our lightning railgun again. Poison Burst Arrow quality now provides up to 20% more magnitude of poison inflicted instead of 20% increased magnitude inflicted, so that's way better, actually. Oh my goodness. Rain of Arrows quality now provides arrows fall up to 20% faster instead of firing up to 10 extra projectiles. Oh. I kind of like the extra projectiles, but I guess the skill is over faster so you can place more. 10 extra projectiles versus the projectiles raining 20% faster. Profane Ritual quality now provides up to 10% chance to not destroy consumed corpses. So it went down, actually. From 20% to 10%. Raised Zombie quality now provides up to 25% increased effective empowerment on them, instead of 20% more minion movement speed. So I believe Raised Zombie empowerment is when you consume a power charge to do it. So again, doing that combo with power charges again. Rake is no longer incorrectly tagged as a travel skill. This tag was left over from an earlier version of the skill that traveled much further without a target, whereas the released version does not meet the criteria for travel skill. Please note that this was not a balance-motivated change. Consistency is the primary goal of gem tags. We would have nerfed the Rake and Stomping Ground interaction in a different way instead if it was appropriate for Rake to retain the travel tag. Okay. Rapid Assault, Spearhead's left by the final strike now lasts for 30 seconds instead of 10. Wow, okay. So yeah, that's great. Rapid Shot, okay, here we go. No longer has a delay before firing bolts, which is nice, or the 50% less reload speed. It now has 100 maximum ammunition at all gem levels instead of 50 to 87. 30 to 45 maximum heat, which is better. It now deals 37 to 94% of attack damage, which is up. I am concerned now. This is a lot of buffs. Quality now grants maximum heat up to 15. Okay. Heat no longer grants rapid shot damage gained as fire. Okay. Instead, reaching maximum heat prevents you from using the skill for 10 seconds. It now generates heat once per attack instead of once per 0.25 seconds. Heat now begins to decay after 4 seconds without gaining heat at a rate of 10 per second. Heat no longer grants... Oh, here we go, yeah. No longer grants grenade skills gained as fire. Instead, Explosive Grenade and Cluster Grenade consume 15 heat to gain 50% of the damage as fire, while incendiary shot consumes 30 heat to gain 50% more magnitude. So they made it a combo skill. It's not like a consistent build-up damage skill anymore. Okay, that makes me a little sad. So it's a resource generating skill now, instead of a ramping skill. Which again is a little unfortunate. I liked it when it was a damage ramp. Okay. But, I mean, it does improve incendiary, explosive, and cluster grenades. The one thing I do want to see, though, is... I don't think it will, but the mortar totem, if you use explosive grenade or cluster grenade in it, will it consume your heat to increase it? I'm assuming not, because the minions generally have their own statistics. But it's technically a totem, and totem uses your stats. Because that would be cool. If you could continuously generate heat with a rapid shot while summoning totems, to be able to consume the heat while you continuously fire. That'd be interesting to see. Royal Mount now grants 15% increased movement speed while mounted. However, it also grants 80% less movement speed penalty while using skills. Previously 100%. Okay. Approximately canceling out the bonus while using a skill. Heavy stun buildup on you now starts decaying if you avoid getting hit for 2 seconds while riding the MOA. Okay. So you get more movement speed overall, but less movement. However, it grants 80% less movement speed penalty when using skills, previously 100, canceling out the bonus when using the skill. So you move normal speed when you have the increase, which makes sense. Ripwire Ballista has been renamed to Artillery Ballista. It now fires a hail of bolts into the air, landing in an area and hitting all enemies in the area a number of times equal to its projectile count. Bolts now fire 4 projectiles, previously 5, so reduced by 1, and deals 24 to 40% attack damage. Much lower. Holy cow. Okay. Bolt's attack speed is 25% of base, previously 100%. So this is the thing I'm not 100% on. When it says attack speed is now 25% of base, is it meaning... Say if you attack 1 time per second, my assumption is that it attacks, like if it's 1 per second, it'll be a lot slower than that. Not that it would be, it attacks every 0.25. So if that's my assumption, if that's incorrect, I apologize. But, so it used to attack at your attack speed. It also has less duration by 4 seconds, but quality grants an extra up to 200% more pin damage. So yeah, they're really pushing the pin status effect. Rolling Slam now has an extra 1.5 seconds of total attack time instead of 1 second, but no longer has an attack speed penalty. Quality now provides up to 100% extra stun threshold while using it, instead of causes daze build-up. Fair. Scavenge Plating now has 4% more armor per Scavenge Plating at all gem levels. Previously 3 to 5. Higher at the low end, lower at the high end. Now has 6 to 8 thorns per plating instead of 8 to 12, so lower on both ends. And very low at the high end. Quality now provides Scavenge Plating duration up 2 seconds instead of 2% more armor. So you do get higher duration by 2 seconds. I don't know. Seems less good to me. Siege Cascade Impact now deals 94 to 145% of attack damage, previously 59 to 91, so a lot higher. While the Explosion now deals 352 to 543, which again is way higher than before, but it no longer deals 200% more damage against immobilized enemies. No longer has a hidden 100% less stun buildup against enemies, converts 80% of physical to fire damage, or has the payoff and fire gem tags. Okay, so they made it a lot of base damage instead. Payload radius is now 0.4 meters instead of 0.5, so reduced radius a little bit. Well, the bolt explosion radius is now 0.8 instead of 1, so 20% less. The delay between the payload and bolt explosion is now 0.6 instead of 0.3, so it also takes longer for the payload and bolt explosion to happen. Interesting. So they made it very base damage heavy, but there's not much else to it anymore. There's no payoff or things you can do against it. But it does have stun buildup now, so that's good. I just want to see here. I want to try something. I want to see how much left we have here. This is where it ends. Oh yeah, we can finish that. I don't have anything to do at the moment, so we can do that. We were on Seismic Cry. Cooldown is no longer reset if it doesn't empower attacks. Okay, fair enough. Now heavy stuns enemies that are primed for stun and empowers attacks if it heavy stuns a target, as well as if it hits a heavily stunned target. Now empowers 1 slam per 10 monster power and radius, previously 1 + 1 per endurance charge. No longer has 200% increased knockback distance, 400% more stun buildup, or hits ignore enemy monster physical damage reduction. Now allows you to expend endurance charge to bypass the cooldown rather than consuming endurance charges to empower additional attacks. So that's kind of the same as the other one that we saw before. Quality now provides empowered attack aftershocks, dealing 10% more damage. So 10% more, again, is better than increased. Shield charge base movement speed has been reduced by 25%, but it no longer has a cooldown. Now has a base attack time of 0.6 instead of 0.5, so a little bit higher. It now deals up to 100% more damage based on the distance traveled. Area of effect now deals 30 to 94. Attack damage. Huh. Wait. That's still way less. So 100% extra of 94% is not 254, so it still deals less damage. While the collision now deals 60 to 217. Previously 900. Yeah, it's still way down, even if you take the 100% in. I guess they're saying because it doesn't have a cooldown, you can just use it over and over again. But, I don't know. Quality now deals up to 40% more damage based on distance traveled. Previously 10% increased cooldown recovery rate. Huh. We'll have to see how it feels. Because, again, the cooldown being removed means you can charge people repeatedly. So maybe the not having the cooldown allows you to do more attacks. But if you're shield charging repeatedly into people, you're not getting that 100% more range bonus to the damage. So, we'll see. Shield wall curvature has been reduced and the wall is approximately 40% longer by default. Now has a base explosion radius of 4 meters instead of 3, and additionally damages enemies in close proximity to the wall in all directions when exploding. You can now shield charge to bash straight to the wall. And when the wall is destroyed by your own skills, the entire wall is destroyed rather than only nearby segments. However, this can only deal damage to an enemy once. Now has 108 to 235 attack damage. So a little bit lower, but higher base range. And has 100% more damage if destroyed by your skills. Oh, okay, so it is more if you destroy it yourself. Now deals 80% less damage if destroyed by enemies in the first 0.5 seconds of its duration. We've been seeing that a lot. Quality now provides up to 40% more damage if destroyed by your skills, instead of can have 2 shield walls active at a time. Using shield wall with your target location out of line of sight will cause you to use the skill towards that direction rather than fail. Awesome. Shock burst rounds. Pulse explosion attack damage has been lowered by 15%. Oh, that sucks. This is the one you shoot shock targets and then it detonates and does really high damage. So, that sucks. Shockwave Totem Slam now has an attack speed of 50% of base instead of 100. Now deals 30 to 66% instead of... Holy cow. Instead of 96 to 211. While the Jagged Ground Eruption now deals 108. Okay, so they're really going off the Jagged Ground Eruption instead of the Slam. No longer has the physical tag. Why? Why would it no longer have physical tag? It's doing physical damage. Huh. Quality now has up plus 4 seconds to totem duration instead of base attack time down. Shockwave Totem cannot itself create Jagged Ground, and supports no longer apply to Shockwave Totem. Oh. Huh. Weird. Siphoning Strike. Shockwave now takes the size of monsters into account. Quality now provides up to 50% chance to daze on hit instead of stun build up. Skeletal Arsonist. We know we changed a lot of the skeletal units here. Explosive Demise is now an attack instead of a spell. Okay. Dealing on 300% attack damage. Now deals additional fire damage equal to 8% of their max life instead of 12%, so a little bit lower. But can target minions with 30 to 1096 life or less. So it can target things easier later, harder early. Okay. Skeletal Brute, we know this one. We saw this in the video. Has a new command skill, Shattering Roar. It's a war cry that intimidates enemies and consumes freeze on them and allies to deal damage in an area around those targets. So it does like a ice explosion on everything. Bone Shatter attack now deals 50% more damage on the initial strike and 300 or 100% more on the shockwave. Quality now provides minions up to 40% more stun build-up. Cleric quality provides revived skeletons are immune to damage for up to 3 seconds after being revived, instead of 30% more maximum minion life. That's cool, because then you get like this immunity period where you can't have your skeletons like revive and then immediately die again, which was a pain in the butt. Frost Mage now has the new command skill Ice Armor. It coats all of your minions in an area of frost, reducing the damage they take from hits, causing enemies that hit them to also take cold damage, and count as frozen for other effects. Skills. Quality now provides minions dealing 20% more damage, including reducing their reservation. So yeah, we're seeing, like, I think the spirit cost of things is going up, even though they're saying it's going down. Because we're losing a lot of quality on the gems that reduces the reservation of the specific skills in addition. Because they also said they're increasing some lower end specters costs as well. So that kind of sucks. We'll have to see the difference of the stats though. They might be increasing spirit generation in other ways, so there's that. Skeletal Sniper gas arrow cooldown is now 6 seconds instead of 8, so buffed a little bit. Deals 80% attack damage instead of 70. Quality now provides minion dealing 20% more damage, and again, instead of reduced reservation. Yeah, they're getting rid of all the reduced reservation. Storm Mage now deals actually quite a bit more damage, 400 more damage at the higher end, bolt and shock to ground radius is now 2 meters, so 0.2 up. Projectiles now chain 2 times at all gem levels instead of 2 to 4. So a little bit extra range to hit more guys, but the chain is 2 less at higher levels. Snipe Explosion is no longer guaranteed critical hit. It doesn't have increased critical damage bonus. Explosion now deals 3 times this damage, the amount of damage, and has a radius of 2.5 meters instead of 1.6, which is good because the base damage being higher means it applies things easier, but also if you build crit separately, you're going to get so much more value out of that attack damage hit. Perfectly timed arrows that hit frozen or heavily stunned enemies now cause larger explosions that deal much more damage. Quality now provides up to 0.4 meters of explosion radius. Sniper's Mark just has a cooldown tripled. Very lovely. Solar Orb no longer has a mana cost because it's built into the staff now. 20 more fire damage at level 20. Doesn't seem like a insane buff here. The Ignite now ignites, though, as dealing much higher fire damage. Okay. Solar Ward. Quality now grants Barrier. Barrier can take elemental damage up to 5% of your armor and evasion instead of 10%. So that got nerfed by 5%. Can now be cold infused. Spark can now be cold infused to fire a large amount of icy sparks in a circle, dealing both cold and lightning damage, and they did show that in the video. Spear of Solaris initial hit now deals approximately 29% less damage, while the pulses deal 50% more. So they want the AoE to be the main damage part of it. The Ignited Ground now gains up to 100% radius of the ground spear's lifetime instead of 30%. It now deals 67% more damage. Quality now provides up to 25% chance to retain 40% of the glory on use instead of 40% more magnitude of the ignite. So you have a higher chance of using it more often. The spear hit does less damage, but overall does much more, which is cool. Spearfield now deals 73 to 204 attack damage instead of 17 to 49. It now deals 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds of its duration. It no longer has an unintentionally hidden 300% more damage after 0.5 seconds. Huh. Okay. So once again, all of these, like, fields, I guess if you want to call them, right? Like zoning tools are all getting this 0.5 second damage down. Storm Wave now additionally hits targets slightly to either side of your character. Okay. Storm Blast Bolts explosion now deals... Oh, they upped the damage of it. They deal 222 to 470 instead of 183 to 388. Charged bolt duration is now 10 seconds instead of 8, so it lasts longer. Okay. Sunder no longer has a 0.9 seconds to total attack time, but now attacks at 35% of attack speed instead of 65%. So 30% less. No longer consumes fully broken armor to guarantee a critical hit. Instead, it inflicts sundered armor on fully armor-broken targets, inflicting an additional 20% increased physical damage taken for a duration. Adjusted the damage area to more closely match the visual effects. Fair. Supercharged Slam attack damage is now 146 to 254. So much higher. It now has 40% more damage with hits for each stage. 60. So they increased the base damage but lowered the bonus for stages. but you also have less stages. Quality provides up to 1 extra, but you could use to have 2 extra. Tempest Bell quality now provides 3% more damage per hit, while the bell per hit the active bell has taken. Instead of bell is destroyed after 2 hits. Okay. So yeah, they're really cutting down Tempest Bell's multi-hit combo that they could do before, which is a little unfortunate. I really liked seeing the massive attack speed builds against the bell, and it sounded like an insane alarm. Temporal Chains has a minimum gem level of 7 instead of 13, so you can use it way earlier. Now has Curse, slows targets by 59% up to 59% gem level 50. So way higher. Extra 31%. But keep in mind, the magic, rare, and boss enemies get less affected by curses now. So it's actually a debuff, I think. Right, 40, 56? No, technically it's still buff. So, there you go. Thunderous Leap quality now provides up to 30% chance to leave shocked ground when detonating spears instead of a 0.5 meter radius. Time of Need's attribute requirement ratio is now 75% strength, 25% intelligence instead of 100% strength, which is nice. Toxic Growth Pustules now deal up to 100% attack damage instead of 42 at all gem levels, so much more damage on the high end. Now a rain skill, and no longer causes you to leap in the air on use. Now has the barrageable tag, no longer has a 0.7 seconds to total attack time, and now has an attack speed of 80% of base. So Toxic Growth in general was just positively buffed. Trinity now applies to all elemental damage instead of just elemental attack damage. Quality now grants skill speed instead of attack speed. It is now an dexterity intelligence skill instead of just dexterity. Okay. Unearth can now be used on your own skeletal reviving minions once per death to create the bones constructs. The bone constructs created by Unearth now have a dash attack that they can use to close the distance to enemies. Quality now also increases bone construct movement speed. Ooh, nice. The description has been updated to indicate the larger corpses create more than one bone construct. Oh, that's awesome. Vaulting Impact now allows you to jump over enemies and small amounts of terrain. To support this, a number of changes to camera movement have been made to result in a smoother camera movement during skill. Now deals up to 422% attack damage, previously 405, so a little bit higher. Now escalates daze, causing a portion of the damage dealt by the vaulting impact to be taken by all sequential hits until the daze expires. Quality now provides Broken Stance, has up to bonus 2-second duration, or until daze is removed, instead of a 20% chance to cause an Aftershock. Yeah, Aftershock didn't make as much sense. Volcanic Fissure now creates the 2 branches that emerge from either side of the main fissure. This is what we were talking about before. The length of the fissure is now affected by area modifiers. That's cool. Now has a minimum gem level of 7 instead of 9, so you can use it earlier. 80% of physical damage converted to fire instead of 60, so good. 145% attack damage instead of 163, so a little bit down on the attack damage side, but you're getting the extra fire damage. Aftershocks cannot trigger more than once every 0.2 seconds, and we saw in the video why, if you want to not destroy your graphics card. Quality now provides up to a 20% chance to cause an Aftershock instead of 4 seconds to fissure duration. Allied slams now also trigger the volcanic fissures. Re-triggers are now treated as Aftershocks and scale with Aftershock specific effects. That's cool. So you can, there's more things you can do that will scale it as well as trigger it. Voltaic Grenade now applies electrocution debuff to enemies on hit for 6 seconds. It now has up to 340% more electrocution buildup from hits with the skill instead of 50 at all levels. So big buff. But now has 327% attack damage at gem levels versus 714. So you are going to have less base damage. But the electrocution buildup is normally why you use the grenade anyway. Vulnerability Curse now inflicts a total of minus 382 to minus 19,210 to total armor at gem levels. So much higher. But again, the consideration is that magic, rare, and unique monsters or bosses now will also be less affected by curses. So you will do more overall, but it's more of a buff earlier game, or like not earlier game, but versus normal monsters that you're facing in the maps versus magic, rare, and unique, which is fair. War Banner Aura now grants 25% more attack damage. Oh, they're just amping this rating, this other banner. So instead of the 5 to 6% increased, 50% increased accuracy rating instead of 30%. Also grants 25% increased attack speed, which is really nice actually. Now has a duration of 6.6 to 9.8 seconds instead of 6.9. So again, almost an extra 3 seconds. And banner is no longer removed when you leave the aura. Quality now provides 10% increased reservation efficiency instead of the aura magnitudes per valor. Wave of Frost now freezes enemies that are primed for freeze, which is good. Whirling Slash movement is now able to pathfind slightly, making it less likely to get stuck on small obstacles. That's awesome, because that did happen a lot. Whirlwind Lance. Collapsing Whirlwind now deals 20% more damage. Whirlwinds creating by it now have a limit of 6, previously 5, and a duration of 15 seconds, previously 8. So, pretty good overall. Wind Serpent's Fury no longer causes shockwaves when enemies are hit into walls or large enemies. Quality now provides 30% more knockback distance instead of 30% knockback. Oh, it's more instead of increased. I see. Wind Blast now dazes on hit instead of causing daze buildup equal to a percentage of the physical damage dealt. So this is the one they also showed that instead of buildup, you want to smack them and then it automatically applies daze. Quality now provides 20% more damage to enemies within 1.5 meters of you, scaling down to no bonus at 4 meters or further away. Knockback distance used to be. Updating the description for Raging Spirits to clarify that the Flaming Skulls do not follow player commands as they're busy raging. I like that. That's funny. Clarified the addition to radius per stage of Whirling Slash and Whirlwind Lance skill descriptions. Updated the wording and presentation for Plague Bearer to be more simplified. Updated the description for Thunderous Leap to mention that it detonates spear skills. Right. Alright, we got some unique item changes now. Various Anguish unique charm now creates ignited ground for 4 seconds when used, igniting enemies as though dealing fire damage equal to 500% of your max life. That's pretty cool. No longer ignites enemies in your presence on use. So it doesn't ignite everyone there? I've never used this one, so I don't know what the ability is specifically on it. Black Braid unique body armor now has 100 to 150% of armor, also applies as elemental damage. Previously 100%. Existing versions of this item can be made better or worse with the Divine Arm. Good luck. Bones of Allure unique boots now provide 20 to 30% increased reservation efficiency for skills which create undead minions. Oh, that's what they're doing. So they took the reservation efficiency off of the quality of the gems and they put it... This is one of those situations again where it's like they're removing good things to put them on something else with a stipulation. Because keep in mind, this is a unique boot. So its general stats are lower, but it does something unique, right? So yeah, so instead of onion minions having 20% reduced reservation, yeah. Existing items will have reduced reservation efficiency, but can still be updated with a divine orb. It now also has 5 to 15% increased movement speed. That's at least good. But yeah, no, so they took it off. Well, no, technically this always had the 20%, they just increased it by 10%. Which is not enough, I don't think. Unless we find some more really good spirit items. Wrist Scrap unique body armor now has gain deflection rating equal to 20-30% of evasion, which is awesome. Death's Harp unique bow now has 20 to 25% to critical damage bonus instead of 30 to 40, so way down. Existing items can be made worse with a divine orb. I love when they say this because it is like obviously a big downgrade, so it's kind of funny. The Effigy of Cruelty unique focus has now has critical hits with spells apply 1 to 3 stacks of critical weakness instead of 3 to 5, so nerf. The Ice Tomb unique body armor now grants gain cold thorns equal to 10 to 18% of your maximum mana instead of freeze as though dealing cold damage equal to 10% of your max mana when hit. So that's good, I think. So you're not going to automatically do a freeze, but it counts as cold thorns up to 18% of your max mana, right? Which means it is buffed by thorn like attributes, skills, and modifiers, that kind of stuff. So that's cool. Malagaro's Virtuosity. Unique gloves now have your critical damage bonus is 250 instead of 300. This affects existing versions of the item. Okay, so 50% reduction. Ay. Nazir's Judgment unique quarterstaff has days on hit instead of days buildup. It now deals 30 to 50% increased melee damage against stunned enemies, which is cool. Pariah's Embrace body armor now provides 20 to 40 increased mana cost efficiency instead of 20% reduced mana cost of skills. So they're mostly changing the wording from mana cost efficiency from reduced mana cost of skills or reduced cost of skills. Does not affect existing versions of the item. Sylvain unique shield no longer has minus 10 to 20% maximum block chance. It now has you take 15 to 20% of damage from blocked hits. It also now has 150 to 200% increased armor instead of 1 to 150. So 50% increase. Qualt's Molt now has gain deflection equal to 40 to 60% of evasion. Tangletongue unique spear has 5 to 8% to critical hit chance instead of 10 to 20. Oh my goodness, they're nerfing a lot of stuff here. In the video, they were talking all about the buffs. I think, I mean, some stuff needed it, don't get me wrong, and there's a lot of tweaks that are happening to a lot of items, but it still feels like there's more nerfs than buffs, but it feels like some of the nerfs are hidden. Like, we're going to have less minions because they removed the reservation efficiency from all of the minions, like all the skeletons. So while they're buffing minion, like they remove the accuracy and stuff like that, we're going to have less minions overall. So I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work out. Like, less minions but more damage kind of thing. Personally, I'd rather have more minions but less damage, because I like swarming people with absolute gremlins. Whispering Ice unique staff inflict cold exposure on hit, lowering total cold resistance by 20 to 30%. Now is elemental exposure instead. Zolf's Blood unique amulet in your presence have fire exposure instead is elemental exposure, which really buffs a lot of uniques now, because before they were only specific exposures, but now they have options of applying elemental exposure with any element. So those are just straight buffs. Following uniques can no longer drop. Oh, and will be reintroduced at a later date Inferno Clasp, Forbidden Gaze, Thunderstep, the Wailing Wall. Aw, I like that one. That shield. The Fall Information, Wyland Stake, the Deepest Tower, and Remembering Tales. Okay. Red Blade Banner unique shield has reduced lowered block chance. Lowered block chance. Oh my goodness, I just realized what they did. So not only did they reduce the block chance from 75% maximum to 50%, they lowered all of the shield block chance so that people would still have to go for block chance passives and stuff. That's what this is. Unique shield has lower block chance. Lower block chance. It's almost all by 20% or more. From 40% to 15%. Holy cow. Doomgate unique shield now has 80 to 100% increased block chance from 80%. And now you take 25 to 40% of the damage from block hits from 20%. Wow. So you get a higher block chance, but instead of 20% damage taken from hits, you could take up to 40%. Oh my goodness. All right. Item changes. Distilled emotions have been renamed to liquid emotions. Okay. Most of these we're probably going to go through a little quicker, mostly just from a time point of view. The 3 lowest tiers of liquid emotions are now called diluted liquid, while the 3 highest tiers are now called concentrated. To better distinguish between the tiers, diluted and concentrated liquid emotions also have received new 2D art. Orbs of Chance are more likely to succeed on amulets, rings, a belt, and charms. More Val orbs are now found during Trials of Chaos and less often from other sources, so pushing people towards more Trials content. The following omens can no longer be obtained: Greater Annulment, Dextral Alchemy, Sinistral Alchemy, Dextral Coronation, and Sinistral Coronation. I don't remember what all of them do, but they were generally the crafting based ones. Talisman of Ascension now provides 10% increased cost efficiency instead of 6%, so buffed by 4. Items with inherent skills can now rarely drop with skill levels up to 20 in high tier maps. Okay, that's nice. Modifiers on martial weapons now roll up to 25% to critical damage bonus instead of 39. This items can be made worse. Okay, so they lowered that. Corruption implicit on martial weapons is now plus 5 to 10% to critical damage instead of 10 to 15. Wow. Existing items are unaffected by this change. War Pick, Battle Pick, and Strife Pick one-handed mace implicit modifiers are now 5 to 10% to critical damage bonus instead of 10 to 15. So they're lowering the critical bonus on everything too. Implicit modifiers to the Construct Hammer, Structured Hammer, and Fortified Hammer is a 40% chance to daze on hit instead of daze build up, right? Because it's a chance to just do it instead of build up. Crackling, Arcing, and Bolting Quarterstaves now have inherent physical damage as well as a smaller amount of inherent lightning damage. Oh, those were the ones that had like the specifics. Oh, I really liked that though. Cultist, Inherent, and Fanatic Bows now have inherent physical damage as well as a smaller amount of inherent chaos damage. So if you don't know, the Crackling, Arcing, Bolting Quarterstaffs, and the Cultist, Inherent, and Fanatic Bows were only elemental type. So the Quarterstaffs didn't have any physical damage, they just had a lot of lightning. And the bows only had chaos damage. So it was kind of cool, but they're adding physical and making the chaos damage much lower, which is a little unfortunate. Sea Glass Spear. Oh, I think this is supposed to be a new line. Like this. Sea Glass Spear now has 1.5 attacks per second instead of 1.6, so slower. And a base critical chance of 7 instead of 10, so reduced. Gemini Bow has 1.1 attacks per second, lowered. And 1 extra physical damage at the high end. That's pretty funny. Reduce number of increased block chance modifiers on shields from 7 to 3. Ooh. They reduce the number of increased block chance modifiers on shields. The highest tier modifier now has up to 30% increased block chance. Previously, 81%. Wow. 51% loss. That's crazy. The corruption implicit on shields is now 10 to 15% increased block chance from 30 to 40. Iron runes now grant up to 18% physical damage on martial weapons instead of 25. Armor evasion's down as well. Extra fire, cold, and lightning damage is down as well. Mind runes are up on wants and saves, adding more mana. Stone runes grant more sun threshold on armor. The Suckwalls? Suckwalls? I don't know how to say that. Grants 5% of damage as extra damage of all elements instead of 6%, so 1% down. Soul Cores, 3%, so up. Extra life up by 1%, extra mana up by 1%. Extra 10% freeze buildup. Oh, and they changed this to helmets, gloves, or boots instead of all armor. Maximum cold, fire, and lightning resistance. So they restricted which items you can have them on now. 10% increased quantity of gold dropped by slain enemies on gloves instead of 5 on all armor. Oh, so they're specifying which pieces now so that it's more restrictive, so you can't stack them as much. 25%, so instead of 15, so up. 20% up. 15% up. So yeah, I'm guessing they buffed all of the soul cores because now they're restricting where you can have them, so you can have less of them. Yeah, 10 to 15, 10 to 20. So all of these got buffed, but you need to pay attention to where they can be equipped now. Yeah. Up even chaos damage as well. Yeah. Okay. Soul of Retreat now applies to... Okay. Fox Talisman grants 30% increased presence instead of 20. Owl grants 10% increased cooldown recovery rate instead of 5. Stag gives 30 or 50% Thorns critical strike chance on helmets instead of exposure effect. That's cool for Thorn builds. Extra increased critical strike chance. Very nice. Ox Talisman, 10% increased block chance on shields instead of presence area of effect. Cat, 15% increased accuracy rating on gloves instead of hits against you have a reduced critical damage bonus. Ralakesh, 6% increased reservation efficiency of minion skills. So that went up by 1%. Soul Core of Tikaba, 5% to critical damage bonus instead of 12. Oh my goodness, that went down. New Suffolk modifiers that can roll on strength armors. Oh yeah, we know this. This is the new modifier systems that grant faster start of energy shield, extra evasion rating to deflection, or armor applies to elemental damage based on the armor type. So more defensive options, pretty much. The existing modifiers for increased energy shield recharge rate that roll on focus now roll on intelligence, helmets, gloves, and boots. Okay. Lowest tier modifiers granting level to all skills of a specific type on two-handed weapons now have a value of +2 instead of 1 and 2. Damage gained as extra elemental damage, increased mana regeneration rate, increased critical hit chance for spells, increased critical spell damage bonus modifiers on staves have higher values than the corresponding modifiers on wands. 50% higher, which makes sense because you're not you're dual wielding the staves versus like you'll get 100% on staves and 50 on a wand, 50 on a focus. Increased critical hit chance for spell modifiers on wands now span from 27 to 73%. So higher low end, but much lower high end. Jewels and time loss jewels are can no longer roll mini accuracy, which makes sense obviously. Scepters can no longer roll allies in your presence have additional accuracy. See, this I think they should have kept, because this affects allies as well, like other players. So that's unfortunate. Especially like if you're doing like a build with other people, this really sucks. Stag Talisman socketed into scepters will now grant allies in your presence 1 to 40 lightning damage instead of accuracy. Oh, they're getting rid of accuracy buffs for like everyone. Okay. Lesser Adept runes now correctly provide +6 to dexterity when socketed in martial weapons instead of +5. The embroidered glove base type have been renamed to embellished gloves. And the weapon swap speed, jewel, and corruption modifiers can no longer roll. Which makes sense because you can't, like, there's no speed anymore, it's instant. Monster changes. Lowered the growth of monster evasion rating with level. This results in level 80 monsters having 30% less evasion rating than before, so you don't need as much accuracy. Failing to collect all the hourglasses during the Zorokoth, the temporal boss fight no longer fails your trial of the Sekimas. Now, instead only damaging your honor. If you fail to collect the hourglass, Zorok, the temporal, now enters a secondary phase where the hourglasses and slow debuff persist, but at a slower rate. Okay, so they made it not like an insta-kill, pretty much. Life of most Act 3 bosses have been reduced by 15%. Rogue Exiles now gain additional life scaling from level 65 onward, roughly in a 30 to 70% life increase from tier 1 to 16 Waystones. So much harder at tier 16. Treant Foulspawn can once again be bound as specters. Awesome. Non-unique items on Rogue Exiles are now affected by increased rarity in the area, so good for map. Monsters in the Wildwood unique map now have lower anger range while in the darkness. Map version of Rattle Cage, the Earthbreaker boss, has been renamed to Volkar, the Emberborn, to better distinguish between the two fights. Periodic invulnerability aura monster modifier now only makes things immune to damage from enemies. So, hold on a sec. The periodic immunity aura monster modifier now only makes things immune to damage from enemies. So they can't deal damage to themselves? That's weird. I mean, periodic immunity was one of the modifiers everyone disliked, so that makes sense. Reduce the number of river hags that spawn in the drowned city, which is the guys that insta-kill you. Incrementally improved monster behavior. Quest changes. The hunt begins must now be completed in a single instance. You still only have to complete the quest once per league. Okay. Zarka in the Ardura Caravan now offers the Earning Passage quest reward if you didn't take it from her in the Vistiri Desert. Outskirts. We got UI changes. Added a new aiming mode input option that allows you to pick between cursor targeting and ground targeting when using a mouse and keyboard. Cursor targeting causes skills that travel directly forward, such as most projectiles, to pass directly through your cursor's position. Ground targeting, i.e. the pre-0.3 target behavior, causes these skills to pass over the ground location targeted by the cursor. Skills that directly target the ground will do so at your cursor's location regardless of the setting. By default, it's enabled for WASD, and ground targeting is enabled for click to move, which makes sense. Because I think League of Legends is having that issue right now because they're introducing WASD, and their targeting system feels so wonky. Added a new keep sprinting while moving gameplay interface option. When this option is enabled, you will continue to sprint even after releasing the dodge button until you stop moving or using a skill. That's cool. So you don't have to like keep pressing it. New option to assign your equipped weapons to both of your weapon sets instead of needing to use different items in each weapon set. This can be enabled by right-clicking the weapon set on the keyboard or holding Y or triangle on your controller. Party member revive UI now displays whether you're too far away to revive a dead party member. Wait, revive? I didn't play a lot of party play. I didn't know you could revive people like that. Oh, no. Okay, I see what it means. Like the press and hold on them to fill the thing. I see. Ritual Favor UI now displays the number of rerolls available. Modifier ranges on items now show a positive sign if the modifier range spans both negative and positive values. Wisp minimap icons are no longer removed from your minimap if you run out of range of them. Thank goodness. I've had that happen a couple times. You are now able to respawn at checkpoints from the escape menu in the Trial of the Sekimas and the Trials of Chaos, which will take you back to the entrance of the respective trial, which I guess is for hardcore players, or if you just want to reset. When using a controller, you can now remove buffs from your character when the game is paused. Okay. Improving management of cache files on consoles to avoid running out of temporary storage space, fix issues on the minimap being reset. You can now control left click or controller equivalent on an item in your inventory to fill the I have section of the currency exchange, which is great. Sorry, one sec. Sorry about that. Added support for the import keyword in item filters. Multiple custom sounds in item filters. Oh, nice. You can add your own sounds now. Bindable action that allows you to zoom in when using a controller, and stash UI. I probably won't go through the microtransaction changes because this is just on your own kind of thing. They just enabled a bunch of them to be working now because they're bringing all of the assets, they said, like all of the microtransactions from Path of Exile 1 over to Path of Exile 2. But because of all the updates and work they've had to do, it's been slower. Because they need to make it work. So these ones are all ready to use pretty much. Enabled, new enabled. Yeah. Bug fixes. Let's see. Oh my goodness. We probably won't go through the bugs too much, because these are just problems that you shouldn't have to worry about now. Like, which could result in skipping part of the payment in extreme cases. Yeah, so these are just bugs. Fix a bug where time of need had a minimum gem level of 10 instead of 8. Yeah, these are mostly just things that weren't working the way that they were supposed to are now working the way they're supposed to, like couch co-op and stuff like that. There's more here. Let's see. So wait. Okay, so these are updates that happened on the list, but we already read this because obviously now requires 3 endurance charges to raise. We already read that. So yeah, that's fine. Awesome. Well, tomorrow is going to be interesting. There are so many changes. Now, we're probably still going to do stuff in the morning. Oh, let me finish with this first. But that's all the updates so far in the patch notes. There might be more that come out either today or tomorrow morning before the game actually releases. But for now, that's everything in the patch notes. So on the YouTube side, thank you very much for joining me for this very long-winded patch read-through. And hopefully you enjoy the rest of your day. Look forward to seeing you in PoE, and I hope you have a good one. Thank you. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.